Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to welcome everybody. Good morning to the meeting of Wednesday, July 12th, 2023. And we'll start off by the land acknowledgement. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory to the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, the Potawatomi, nations collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetangwisheen. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas Rama First Nation, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nations also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, July 12, 2023 be received and adopted.
All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that Rule 14.20A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
All in favor? That is carried. Does anyone have any pecuniary interests to disclose at this time?
Yes,
Yes,
I have a bed and breakfast, so that item on, I think it's 4C or 4F.
We'll need to know the number.
It's, it would be 4E.
Yep, yes, that's one
To
thing.
do with short-term accommodation enforcement, Madam Clerk. Okay, any other pecuniary interest to this time? No? Seeing none. Okay, closed session will take place at the end of the meeting under item 19. So we will move forward to minutes of council and committees. May we have a motion for item 5A, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, June 28, 2023 be received and adopted as printed and circulated.
All in favor? That is carried. Item 6 is recognition. There's no recognitions of achievements this week. 7 is public meetings. There's none. There's no deputations. Identifications from the public of agenda of interest. I will deal with that after open forum, but I think, Madam Clerk, what we will do is we will move items 11B and F up to be dealt with after open forum, if possible, while the people are in attendance. Okay, and then I guess I'd ask council, are we fine with moving those items forward after I'll call a vote? All in favor? And that is carried. So this takes us to open forum, item 10. Have staff received registrations from the public to provide verbal comments on the agenda items before us today?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 registrants.
Okay. And can you bring them forward if they are?
We have Robert Kular for item 11F.
Okay, so
I'll have IT advance them.
okay, thank you. So while we dial those individuals forward, I just want to make it clear that the open forum provides an opportunity for the public to provide verbal comments to council in open session on matters scheduled on the current agenda. This is in reference to procedural bylaw number 2023-043. If you'd like to, you can reference that for additional information. So, Mr. Kular, is he available now?
Yes, I will have
Okay,
IT.
I see him.
Unmute him.
Okay. Mr. Kular, I see that you're connected. Your phone's muted at this time, so if you could unmute and you can continue whenever you're ready. There you go.
Hi there, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mr. Kular. Please continue.
Okay, I can hear everyone. I'm just registered for this meeting to listen in and pretty much just want to go over those matters on, I think it's 11F. And at this time, I have nothing to add, but maybe if something came up, I could add something. But other than that, I just kind of want to tune in to see what's going to transpire.
Okay. No. This is the session where you have the opportunity to express any concerns or situations regarding the item. There isn't public input when we actually deliberate the item later in the meeting, Mr. Kular, just so you're familiar with the format, that's all.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, at this time, I have nothing further. I just...
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can we have the next registrant, please?
Mr. Von Redden, Marcus Von Redden. If we can have Mr. Von Redden unmuted.
Good morning, dear worship.
Good morning, Marcus. How are you this morning?
Amazing. How about you?
Good, thank you. Please go ahead whenever it's convenient for you, sir.
Yep. Yeah, I guess we have met a couple of weeks ago as it relates to a deferral agreement for development charges on Windsor Road for industrial development. And I guess it's going and will be presented to council and yourself or of that matter. So I'm just wondering about the status quo as, again, the process for site plan approval is well underway. Even today, we have a big meeting internally with architects, designers, and so on. So I need guidance.
Okay.
That's it, dear worship.
Okay, thank you very much, Marcus. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else registered?
No, Mr. Mayor, there's not.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So that will end open forum and we will move forward. So, in order to deal with the matters that have been spoken to in open forum, could we first deal with item 11B? So may we have a motion for 11B, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that F1 2023-5, Nellie Morrow, Director, Finance, Chief Financial Officer, redevelopment charges, delayed agreement be received and adopted. That draft bylaw number 2023-067 be received and adopted. That council approves the deferral agreement request by T&R Industrial Doors, Inc. to delay payment of development charges fees for a proposed site plan application.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Ms. Morrow, would you like to speak to this matter, please?
Sorry, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick, I guess, refresher on where we are with this deferral agreement. Last council meeting, we received a request to prepare the deferral agreement. I indicated I would bring it back to council for review before we executed. We've worked with our consultants to make sure that we have an agreement that covers all the requirements through the DC Act. And I've presented it to you as an attachment. It's the bylaw along with the agreement. If you would like to discuss, I also included a staff report summarizing some background and analysis that we did to prepare the deferral agreement. If you would like to discuss anything in detail, would be happy to give you some additional information.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Morrow. Council, any questions or discussion in regards to this matter? None. So everyone's clear on how it's been laid out. Just for the public, Ms. Morrow, who may have not read through, can you just explain how the deferral is going to work and what's being waived, and how the charges based on the report back will be dealt with?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. Basically the deferral agreement is something that council can compose in meeting with the DC Act that is. But basically the three components of it that I guess I highlighted mostly in my report was number one, that the two payments, we're suggesting that the payments be in two, one being 1 month after the first building permit is issued. Half that DC calculation would be paid based on our current DC bylaw rates. We would then calculate that half to be owed 1 month after the first building permit. Then the second half we are suggesting be paid 1 month after our actual successor DC bylaw is enacted. As you know, we are working towards creating our new DC bylaw, and once that is enacted, then we will know what the calculations are with our new rates. And if there are any other incentives in the new DC bylaw, we would consider all those changes to our DC bylaw and then determine the other half of the payment that's required to be paid. Then the second part of that agreement that I've encompassed in it is that this deferral would not include any interest. I mentioned in my report that we could include interest per the DC Act. They have certain guidelines that it must not be more than the going prime rate plus 1%. And then I guess the final component of the report, sorry, hold on a second. Oh, sorry, I wanted to mention that the final component was that, as you know, council cannot waive or enter into a deferral agreement for the county or the education component of the fees, although the developer could enter into agreement with the county and the education. He would have to basically go to their council and request that. Although I did follow up with the county, and we have a particular bylaw with them which allows them to enter into agreements, although the county did say they would be willing to enter into an agreement with the developer, due to that bylaw, he would still have to go and meet with the county to determine that, to finalize that agreement with them. And I believe that was it.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Greenlaw. So thank you, Nellie, for that clarification. It's very helpful. Just in a couple of questions for clarity, not only for myself, but maybe to those who are listening. So if we were to take half of this DC charge and defer it until we have the new DC study done, do we have a sense of would there be an increase, a suggested increase in the DC rates? In other words, is there a possibility that this developer could end up paying a higher rate than today's rate on the remainder of the DC charge?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, I did forget to mention that was part of my report. Thank you for highlighting that to me, that the agreement also indicated there would be the requirement to pay the lesser of. So if the DC Act that we enact come March of 2024 results in a higher DC rate, then the developer would not have to pay that higher DC rate. He would only have to pay the current rate, which is, in a sense, the word many people use is freezing the rate, based on the time that he actually has his first building permit approved.
Supplemental. So thank you for that. So what we're looking at then basically is holding the rate as it is today for the entire DC charge for this developer and not charging interest on the time period between now and when those payments are made. I understand that the rate just went up this morning again to 5%. So the rate that we would be able to charge would be 6%.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, you are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my mic's not on. Let me start all over. That was, I'm going to call the vote again just so it's recorded. All in favor? No, it's not. No, but it wasn't recording. My apologies.
And for the record, that's, the vote is being called for 11B.
11B, yes. So I'm calling the vote now for 11B. All in favor? Against? That is carried. Okay, now we will go to item 11F. No, it sounds like it. And can I have the motion first, Madam Clerk, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that OCS 2023-10, Justin Matris, Manager, Infrastructure and Capital Projects, award of tender OCS 2023-007, Wilson Street Drainage Improvements be received and adopted. That tender OCS 2023-007, Wilson Street Drainage Improvements be awarded to Duven Vorden Haulage Limited in the amount of $428,565.25 plus HST. That the Director of Operations and Community Services be authorized to execute the appropriate agreement on behalf of the township, and that the bidders be thanked and notified under the Director of Operations and Community Services signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'm going to ask Mr. Binns to give a little background on this and the reason for this project, if you could, please.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, members of council. As you recall, as part of the budget deliberation, certainly one of the things our Operations and Community Services Department is focusing on is our drainage issues, predominantly around the lakeshore. Significant flooding in 2021 had highlighted a need for a review of the Shoreline Drive catchment area. That review was conducted last year and had identified an insufficient outlet to the lake on Wilson Street. So this project is two components. The project before you in terms of the tender is with respect to the outlet specifically. Our operations team is in the process of conducting the ditching work that leads to that outlet, so that work is underway now. That will address the drainage issues in the catchment area, which includes Forestwood Lane, Lakewood Court, a good portion of Shoreline Drive, and Wilson Street. It would also include the widening of Wilson Street. Tree removal has already been completed in preparation of the project, and the timing would be to be completed following the approval of the tender award. Notably, there is a significant variance associated with the tender. Fortunately, we are in a positive position in our overall capital program. A good portion of that has to do with the province's commitment to address the Warminster IPS signal. So we have identified that unfavorable variance would be funded through the overall positive variance that exists in the roads capital program. We are in the process of finalizing that. We are substantially complete most of our paving projects and are just reviewing the final payment certificate for our contract, and we will be reporting back to council on the variance that may exist. As council's aware, it is a quantity-based tender, so there is some variation there. So when we've looked at this, we've assumed full quantity utilization, and we know that there will be a bit of a positive variance there as well. To what degree, we're not sure until we review all of the final certificates. So Mayor Greenlaw, members of council, that is an overview of the project, the need, and the associated timing for this year. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Binns. I guess first and foremost, I want to thank you and your staff, because drainage is continuing to become a bigger issue along the lakefront because of the intensified wet weather patterns that we've been experiencing over the years. And I know it's not just that area, there's multiple areas, but we're trying to deal with things as efficiently as possible because everything drains back to the lake, as we all know. So I thank you, I commend you on the great job you and your team have done, and I know it's no easy task, and it's not a cheap task to overcome. So is there any questions from council or any points of discussion you want to bring forward at this time? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Binns. The two issues raised, to me at least, one is that the project is approximately, let's say, 40 to 45% over what the estimate would have otherwise been, and we're pretty early on in our capital budget. So is this a trend that we might be expecting going forward for the balance of our capital projects? Because I do know that there are some extreme concerns being expressed about paving projects and other projects down the road, and I'm rather hoping that by the time we don't get to 2025, we simply don't have any money to do anything left. So whereas, the second part of that is really, I do understand that the Ministry of Transportation has agreed to take over the $200,000 for the installation of the street lights at Warminster. I wouldn't necessarily want to credit that to any particular project, but nonetheless, I think it's optimistic to think that we're going to last the term if this is, cost increase overall in construction and operations activities is the trend. And so just your comments on that, if you could please, Director Binns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Good questions, and I wish I could predict things a little bit better. I think I'd just reinforce the process of our capital program in terms of completing design, getting proper cost estimates to inform the budget, and the staging and sequencing of projects, I think, is important from a financial management perspective, and you've seen that with the issuance of various tenders. And if things are over budget, then we need to change course. I think what we're seeing is in our paving program, for example, aggregate, I believe, was 20% over our prices from last year and 10% in asphalt. So very significant double-digit year over year. That's kind of what we're seeing. We're seeing the same thing with our drainage projects, the cost of pipe, the cost of labor. All of those things are kind of trickling down. So we are trying to refine that, and we will be refining that for our budget recalibration process, because the prices that we're seeing, we factored in what we thought was reasonable for inflation, but all of those components have a long-term financial impact, and there's certainly a gap in terms of what our service levels require and what we currently have in our long-term capital plan. So the more inflation we have, the bigger that gap becomes, and the more we have service level pressures. So that's certainly something that we want to look at. Ms. Morrow spoke about the development charges review. That'll be a component that part of that external funding will be adjusted to reflect those cost increases, but we do get capped out to a certain level, and we only have so much development. So from a long-term financial perspective, we've got a lot of work to do. And I think I can say confidently for 2023, I mentioned that we are largely complete our paving projects, and we are anticipating a favorable variance there. We have some support from the province, and we will have an agreement to that end. So, we can say confidently that that will be addressed. But we do have one project that's outstanding with Algonquin Trail, and that's a project that was a design and construct project, and the design has led to some scope changes to deal with drainage again. There's a recurring theme here, and it's significantly over budget. So that's a project, when we come back with that report, that will identify a plan coming forward, but we do need to revisit our capital plan as part of the recalibration process.
Supplemental?
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Binns. We really appreciate the forthrightness and honesty, and I think it's important that we need to be transparent about all of these matters going forward, because it will be a challenging landscape, I think, with both regard to competition for these resources, for increased housing development and things like that. So the contractors are still the same resource pool, but they'll be able to demand higher rates based on competition. So once again, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just one question, Mr. Binns. You indicated some time ago, I believe, that line 6, if you know Horseshoe Valley Road and Ingram Road, that area would be assumed by the county in terms of paving. Is that still on? What's the status of that?
Through to Councillor Young, certainly the county's transportation master plan does identify those roads that would be uploaded to the county. So we're in regular contact with the county around the timing. There is a maintenance period that forms part of that. So as far as we know, that the timing is still the same as identified in the master plan, and we do review that as part of our capital plan and our operating works as well.
Supplemental?
Yeah, just to follow up, you mentioned roads. What other additional roads that you're aware of that are going to be assumed by the county? Do you know at this time, or?
Mayor Greenlaw, through to Councillor Young, I think what we can do is, as part of that recalibration process, we can bring forward, we do need to bring forward an updated capital plan, and we can provide some update as part of that report in terms of what the landscape is for the county roads, or the timing for county roads at that point in time.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. No further, sorry, Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you. And just with the question that Councillor Young had asked, if I could ask for my own interest and some feedback that I've gotten from community members, the rail crossings is that the responsibility of the railroad, or is it the responsibility of the county for the paving around the railways?
There's various responsibilities depending what the nature of the issue is. We've had a number of complaints as well on Highway 93, and I think there's another one on Line 6 that's pretty rough. We have brought them to the attention of the rail line, so that is a responsibility of the rail line.
Mr. Mayor,
We're a little out of
yeah, we have to be
focus,
careful
yes.
that we address the items on the agenda.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that guidance. It was, I think we got into from water to roads to railroad speed bumps. So we'll get back to, does everyone remember the motion? Do you need to have it read again? You're all good with the motion, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. It's nice to have you back, Madam Clerk, you know, because it'll keep us down the center of the road. So now we'll go back and we can start at the top of at 11A. And Madam Clerk, may we have a motion for item 11A, please?
I just need a second here. Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that FI 2023-4, Leanne McGibbon, Supervisor of Finance, Risk Management, re the drainage loan application be received and adopted. That Council provisionally approve the tile drainage loan application up to a maximum total amount of $45,990.01 for the property owner of concession 10 South or 10S, Part Lot 2, Coldwater, Ontario, municipality of Oro-Medonte, to be financed over 10 years upon subsequent conditional approval by OMAFRA funding.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any discussion or questions regarding this item, or can we call the vote? I see no one has any questions, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried, Madam Clerk. That takes us to item 11C. May we have the motion when you're ready, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that ES 2023-8, Michelle Jacoby, Director of Environmental Services, Rain Barrel Initiative 2023 sale update be received and adopted. That Council endorse 2024 Rain Barrel sale as outlined in ES 2023-08, and Environmental Services staff proceed with the project. That future Rain Barrel sales be determined pending a review of 2024 sales statistics.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions or comments? I just have one, is I know, how would we have compared it? I know we're going to relook how we market this next year in order to get a higher participation from the public, but compared to other municipalities, was there any significant difference between our participation versus other municipalities from the residents?
Mayor Greenlaw, we didn't compare it with other municipalities. We strictly looked at the data within Oro-Medonte. Now, that being said, anybody who visits the rainbarrel.ca website can find their area, and it could be Barrie, Orillia, Oro-Medonte. You can find your area specifically by municipality or town, or pick a neighboring one, depends on how their sale is set up. We still believe it's a good initiative. We still want to give it another try next year. We were disappointed in the sales, but I think it's an effort that we'd like to put forth another year and look at the data again and see exactly how the interest lies and make another decision. But we think adjusting the marketing plan, maybe starting a little bit earlier next year, but keeping that sale open for the 30 days with the expectation of delivery on or around the May long weekend to get people really primed for the summer, spring gardening, things like that. That's our plan for next year, and then see how the data comes back.
No. Perfect. Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Jacoby. We've heard the motion, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. That takes us to item 11D. Michelle Jacoby, Director of Environmental Services, user fee streetlights. Madam Clerk, may we have the motion?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that ES 2023-9, Michelle Jacoby, Director of Environmental Services, user fee streetlights request for exemption from taxation bylaw be received and adopted. That staff continue to apply user fees to streetlights to all properties within a registered plan of subdivision and/or identified settlement area as identified in Section 5B of the taxation bylaw number 2023-052.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Now, Michelle, did you want to speak to this, or did you just want to open the floor for discussions? What would be the best format?
My suggestion is open for discussion. The report identifies the properties that would be impacted in the result, but I'm open to any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, I'll open the floor for questions and discussions. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just having difficulty with charging people for a township service that they're not receiving. It makes no sense to me personally, and I note that the property tax for the lights haven't changed since 2014. Perhaps it's time to raise the user fees for those particular residents in terms of offsetting the loss of revenue. I see it's $38.76, but that's my position. I don't. Again, agree with charging somebody for a service that they're not receiving from the township. It makes no sense to me personally. So that's my position on it.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any other one? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, through you to Ms. Jacoby, I understand that there are 68 properties that would become exempt from paying were the exemption permitted. Which is 3% on something like $57 per year, which I'm sort of calculating in my head to be something like an additional $1.60 spread over the other users each year. Is that in sort of the correct magnitude of cost? Thank you.
Through the mayor, yes, you're correct in that it's a user fee program, and that if those properties were exempt, the remaining users would have to take up the balance.
Excuse me.
Supplemental?
And that balance would be something like $1.60 per other user who would take up the balance?
I'd have to do the math. It's 3,800 roughly spread across the remaining users.
Okay, and from what I understand is that 68 users is roughly 3%. So okay. So my view on it is I agree with Councillor Young in whole. I don't see that someone should be paying for something that they're not getting. Let there be light. And the amount of money that the other parties would have to pay distributed amongst them would be something less than nominal. So I can't see that there's more harm being done to the 68 than there is payment by the balance of 3,700 and some odd folk. So my position is that I would support providing the parties not receiving light with an exemption. Thank you very much.
I have a question from Ms. Morrow, or comment.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a comment that I just wanted to add, and I'm not sure that it was identified in the report, that we have prepared our final billings, and those final billings do include the charges. Therefore, if council chooses to exempt certain properties, we would have to administrate several credits to those roles that are affected, resulting in that balance not owing in our final payment in September, the end of September, final installment payment that is. And I just wanted to let you know that that would be quite a lot of administrative work this coming few months. But then for next year, it wouldn't be charged.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bard.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, is this something that we could consider for January 1st of 2024?
Yes, I believe that's what Ms. Morrow said. She would prefer that from an administrative standpoint. And Councillor Hutchison, I see your, sorry, Mr. Jacoby, I didn't see your hand up.
That's okay, thank you. Just to add what Nellie had said, it would also mean an administrative change to the bylaw in that we'd need to identify properties, likely, Nellie, by roll number, because right now they're identified by a registered plan of subdivision or settlement area. So we would have to either specifically identify properties that are charged, or likewise specifically identify properties that require exemption, and then do that moving forward as we assume new subdivisions as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Councillor Hutchison?
Thank you.
And then Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Nellie, just for clarification for myself, when you said we've prepared the final buildings, and I received an email yesterday from a resident. Have we, in the past, indicated the streetlight charge on the buildings, or is this new?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the streetlights charges have always been added as what we call a bylaw charge on our statements. It is shown sort of on the bottom, very far left of our statements that show exactly what that is. It gives a description of what it is and a fee. I have received an email from a resident wanting clarification of what that was, but it has always been shown on our bills.
Great, thank you very much.
Councillor Schell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Michelle. How do you determine the cost of the lights, the usage? Is it a metered item, or is it a flat rate?
Actually, a combination, depends on what the area is and how the hydro accounting was set up. Some of it is metered and some of it is a flat rate.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Listen, I'm agreeable to leaving things as they are this year, as suggested by Ms. Morrow, and billing the residents next year, or not billing the residents next year. I think it's important that the deputation that was presented by a resident there is recognized, and it made sense what he was suggesting. And again, it makes sense to me. And just further to that, I remember that Deputy Mayor Lavoie asked during the last session that the presenter was here, asked to whether the next street over, the lighting there, affected their lighting on Shellswell, I believe it is, and they indicated it did not. In other words, they were still in darkness. But again, I'm agreeable to leaving things as they are this year, given the amount of administrative work that would be involved. And I think that those people that live there would be happy to know, again, that their deputation and their concerns were addressed and recognized by this council.
Thank you. I just have one question for Mr. Jacoby. Is this a unique situation on Shellswell Boulevard because it was two separate subdivisions that merged together, and did it have to do with that, or I'm just wondering, is this going to potentially bring a multitude of further requests for a similar deferral?
I believe the situation on Shellswell was how that area was originally developed was at a different stage, but ultimately the registered plan of subdivision remains that M plan for all of those lots. So I think in conversations with the residents over there, it was originally developed as a few houses and not a formal registered plan of subdivision. And then as the area grew, the plan of subdivision was developed, which encompassed those few lots on Shellswell. That's how I recall it was developed. But ultimately, at the end of the day, that area is under one M plan for one single plan of subdivision, which includes those locations on Shellswell, if that answers your question.
Okay, perfect. No, so I guess basically the procedures that are in place now moving forward with subdivision development would prevent situations like this from reoccurring.
Correct.
Perfect. And Deputy Mayor Lavoie has another question.
Yeah, to the mayor, I just wanted, I think, to comment that the 68 properties that I believe Ms. Jacoby's department have identified are more than the properties that are on Shellswell. And they have, I believe, identified the properties that you expressed a concern about possibly arising later on. Is that correct, Ms. Jacoby?
So what we did is we looked at properties that did not have a street light on their street, but are still, again, located in a registered plan of subdivision or within the identified settlement area. So again, subdivision on your street, but you're still in a registered plan of subdivision. Those are the properties that we looked at, because the governing principle for all the street lights was, the test was, are you in a registered plan of subdivision? Yes. And or are you in a identified settlement area? Yes. And then we further defined it in, is there a street light directly on your street? And that's how we resulted in the 68 properties.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And I appreciate all the time you spent on this, Michelle, and the clarity in the report that you provided back. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask does the motion need to be adjusted in order to what the discussion around the table has given a different direction, and do we need a mover and seconder?
Yes, for the amendment. Unless you want just a
That was a
friendly.
closed-ended question. Let me put it this way. May I have the adjusted or amended motion reread, please?
Okay. So is this a friendly amendment, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay. Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that ES 2023 9, Michelle Jacoby, Director of Environmental Services, re-user fee streetlights request for exemption from taxation bylaw be received and adopted. That staff continues to apply user fees for streetlights to all properties within a registered plan of subdivision and or identified settlement areas as identified in Section 5B of the Taxation Bylaw number 2023-052 for 2023. And further, that staff bring back the updated bylaw and implementation plan for 2024, reflecting exemption of those properties without street lighting directly on their street.
Perfect. So council's heard that. Is there any other further comments at this time? That's a first. Then I'll call a vote. All in favor? That is carried. So that takes us to item 11E. Madam Clerk, could we have the motion for 11E, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that OCS 2023-9, Sean Binns, Director of Operations and Community Services, re-neighborhood area speed limit be received and adopted as amended to update on page 3 the township speed limit bylaw as bylaw number 2022-069. That council elect not to implement a 40-kilometer-per-hour neighborhood speed limit in the township at this time, that council maintain existing speed limits and continue to follow current practice for the review and establishment of posted speed limits, that the staff continue to work with stakeholders and community partners to develop and implement proactive tactics to reduce travel speeds in priority areas.
Thank you. I'll now open the table out for discussion or comment. Or actually, you know what, maybe first, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Binns, could you just give an overview, please, of your report and recommendation?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through council, and those that may be listening in on the meeting today. The report attempts to do two things. One, respond to a specific request from the Braystone community with respect to lowering the speed limit from the 50-kilometer-an-hour default under the Highway Traffic Act to 40 kilometers an hour. There was a deputation presented to council in August of last year making that request, and the direction we received from council was to consider the application of that 40 kilometer reduction across the township's neighborhoods or closed residential areas. There is new authority under recent amendments to the Highway Traffic Act that changes the signage requirements. In the past, there was prescribed distances that you had to post signs, and you think about that in terms of the application across our extensive road network, then just the cost of those signs alone would be significant. The new requirement allows for what's called gateway signs. There is an image depicted in the staff report in terms of what that would look like. So it's essentially a sign at the points of access and egress into those communities, which does make it a little easier, I think, and in terms of the financial feasibility of that application. The report does speak to how speed limits are established. As I mentioned, council does have authority to reduce speed limits as defined under the Highway Traffic Act. There is an industry best practice and standard that has been adopted by the township and most municipalities. The Transportation Association of Canada guidelines has been put in place to ensure consistency in how those speed limits are set. We review those Transportation Association of Canada guidelines. We also look at what's called the 85th percentile, which is getting an idea of the existing travel speeds. And the 85th percentile concept is really based on the fact that the majority of drivers are reasonable and do drive in a safe distance. So it's a good way to calibrate the actual travel speeds or the anticipated travel speeds regardless of the established speed limit. Over the past number of years, there's been a number of amendments to our speed limit bylaw, looking at reductions in speed. I would say it's probably one of the biggest concerns that we hear in operations, traffic safety, and in particular speeding. And the first solution that we hear from the community is a reduction in speed limit or the implementation of traffic calming. What we tried to do in the report is to really highlight the considerations as it relates to speed and impacting driver behavior is essentially what we're talking about doing. There are a number of considerations that do exist. I would say there's a number of municipalities that have jumped on board. I would say larger urban municipalities that have high pedestrians, multimodal transportation, and high traffic volumes have implemented the 40 kilometer an hour neighborhood designation. It was really hard to find municipalities that did that in a methodical way to really review the effectiveness of doing that. I think the larger municipalities have different things available to them. They have their own police forces. They're able to, I think, enforce those the speed limits better than what larger geographically rural municipalities can. So we did look at the city of Cambridge, the town of Halton Hills, and the city of Kawartha Lakes, and they implemented pilot programs. And what we've seen from the pilot programs is what we've seen, I think, practically from our experience as well, and the use of our Black Cats, is that reducing a speed limit does not translate to a reduction in driver behavior, which is contrary to what people assume to be the natural effect, that if people are traveling 10 kilometers over the speed limit at 50, then they're going to travel 10 kilometers over the speed limit at 40. And that's not, in fact, the case, which goes back to the 85th percentile kind of rule and practice in terms of driver behavior and people driving at a speed that they feel reasonable based on the specific road conditions. So I think that's the first point is we certainly do have issues with speeding across the municipality. As I said, we do have our black cats. We've been able to quantify those areas, identify hot spots, and work with the OPP where we do have significant variance in the posted speed to driver behavior. And we look at that from a risk perspective, both on the quantum of the variance in speed as well as the traffic volume, high speed, high volume, higher risk. And certainly we've worked with the OPP to enforce those areas. The other thing I think that's noteworthy in terms of the consultation with other municipalities is that with respect to changing a 50 to a 40 where you didn't have issues before, you may have issues with speeding again on that quantum being a 40K, and if the 85th percentile was say 60 kilometers, at a 50K you would have had a 10K variance, and at a 40K you now have a 20K variance. So there's expectations with respect to enforcement and other measures like traffic calming that's very expensive and very difficult to implement that they've had to do in those urban municipalities to try and gain compliance. So I think the first thing I would say is that lowering speed limits is not an effective way of dealing with speeding if there are in fact speeding concerns in residential areas. We have highlighted a number of options for council with respect to the implementation of a 40K speed limit. I have touched on those. We've highlighted, I think, given that there isn't a lot of information on a rural application, that if council did want to consider the implementation, that we do look at doing a pilot, and certainly I think from a staff perspective, I don't think we would see anything different from what we've seen in our benchmark communities. And if there is a pilot, our recommendation to council would be to establish what the success criteria would be in that pilot. Is it 10 kilometers? Is it 5 kilometers? Or what would the anticipated outcomes be to determine whether or not that pilot was a success and whether or not it would be expanded beyond the pilot program. Council certainly has the ability to enact a 40-kilometer speed limit across the residential areas. We've highlighted those considerations. We haven't quantified the cost of doing that. If that was a direction council wanted to see, we would have to come back with the cost of doing that. There'd be an implementation fee associated, or cost rather, associated with the signage, and then there'd be an ongoing operating cost as those signs would need to be maintained on a regular basis. And again, I would just highlight the consideration, as I mentioned before, that changing the speed limit will not likely have any kind of impact on driver behavior. So our recommendation is to maintain our current practice and to really look at what the issues are, the extent of the issues, and develop specific tactics that go beyond a speed limit, that we work with communities from an education perspective. We work with our enforcement partners to address issues where we actually have issues, and we can quantify that and use data to be able to develop some of those strategies. And I think Braystone's a good example of a community where we can do that because it's very well organized. There is a condo corporation, and we can collect that information, we can share that information, we can try to put some things in place, and we can measure whether or not those things are effective. So that's our recommendation through to council, is to maintain that existing practice. I neglected to mention as well, we did consult with the Ontario Provincial Police, who do have the jurisdiction and authority for enforcement, and I think the OPP share the concerns that we've expressed in terms of the ability to enforce, and the fact that there has been reviews completed, and we don't have a high degree of accidents or incidents and motor vehicle collisions in our residential neighborhoods, and most of our roads and the enforcement ability from the OPP would not really be there to focus on low volume and low risk roads. So Mayor Greenlaw, members of council, that's the synopsis of the report, and happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay. Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Sean. It sounds a bit discouraging that we can't control drivers with signs. I'm just wondering if we'd ever looked at doing photo radar, what the cost would be, how many tickets we'd have to lay out for it to pay for itself. So I think that would be a very effective way to do it.
Mayor Greenlaw, through to Councillor Schell, we did have this discussion, I believe, when we were talking about line 15. There's a number of significant limitations. One, from an authority perspective, we're not legislatively permitted to do that. Photo radar can only be used in community safety zones, which are typically around school areas. And there's a number of limitations with photo radar, that there's court processing that is part of that, and we rely on the Barrie Court to process our provincial offense notices, and they wouldn't have capacity to do that. And I think I mentioned previously that we were working with the county, and the county was looking at potential implementation of photo radar or application of photo radar. We're continuing that discussion, but it's not something that could be, I think, implemented feasibly. From what we've seen, there's a cost, even though, yes, there is a revenue that's there from those provincial offense notices. A lot of those provincial offense notices simply get dropped or reduced significantly, but there's a significant cost to process as well. So it's not something that I think that could be feasibly implemented, particularly in a neighborhood situation.
Yes, no, I think also to add to Mr. Binz's comments is from the last time, the photo radar thing is in its infancy process. It just got recently provided as an option by the Ontario government, and it's like buying a new car when it just is a brand new model. Wait a year or two. Let's wait until it's got the bugs out of it so we know it's clean and clear and how we can move forward with that. So did you have a supplemental?
Yes, thank you. Supplemental. In my neighborhood, because I'm in a school neighborhood, you did put up one of those speed warnings signs, and then it got moved around the corner. What about putting up a few more of those in the neighborhoods where we need them? Because that sends a signal. I noticed the one on my road, it starts flashing like a strobe light, like a kilometer away. You see the strobe come on, and it catches the driver's eye at night, and it makes you think.
You're not speeding. You're not admitting to speeding, are you, by chance?
No, it's before I get there. It's letting me know. So it's giving me a kilometer warning.
Yeah, no, and I agree. Mr. Binz, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Schell. I think that's a good point, and we do have a number of those dynamic radar signs, and we do move them around, as I mentioned before. Where we do have a number of concerns coming from the public, we do put our black cats out to be able to quantify, what's going on, and then from there we can look at, things that we can do, and certainly from an education perspective, I think those dynamic radar signs are effective. Longer term, they're not effective really as a deterrence, because you see those flashing lights every time you go by, and there's not a consequence of being pulled over at the other end of it. It's a bit of a repetitive pattern. So I think it is more effective to move them around, and it has been, I think, effective to do that. And I would also say, I think it's been effective for us in residential areas where we put these out to share that information back with the community, and have the community, hold their neighbors accountable. Whether it's the young boy or girl down the road who may have just got their license and has a car full of their friends being a bit of a showboat, or whether there's other specific issues there that often the community are the eyes and the ears and can be the solution to those kinds of things. So those are the tactics that I think we're recommending in terms of enhanced focus on that to deal with the root of the issues that we're seeing across the municipality. And we're certainly not alone. This is an issue, I think, for every municipality across the province.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Binns.
Councillor Young.
Yeah, I have a few comments, Mr. Binns. I agree with you that the reduction of the speed limit from 50 to 40 does not really change the driving behavior of drivers. And so I'm in agreement with you on that. And I think that there's enough evidence that you produced in this report here. I think it was the townships of town of Halton Hills and the city of Cambridge. You provided evidence from them that supports that a reduction in speed limit does not affect driver behavior. So given that, I see no need for a pilot project in Braystone, given that evidence. Anybody that has just listened to your verbal report and takes the time to read your report you produced and reads that report will understand that it doesn't, again, affect a driver's behavior. And I see no need for a pilot project in Braystone on that basis. Just had a few other comments, if I can. In terms of those black cats, I usually follow Rick into Coldwater, and he does speed. Okay, I just want to mention that. But just on that, they are very effective. Again, I go into Coldwater, and it points my speed out to me, and I reduce it substantially to 50 there. But the other thing too is perhaps you can, just for the purposes of those watching, exactly what a black cat is and what it's capable of doing. I don't want anybody to perceive that we urge a black cat to cross the road or anything along those lines and see if the traffic stops. But anyways, again, I just want to support your reasons for not reducing the speed limit to 40 from 50 in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Sean, thank you for your report. I've read it thoroughly. I have a number of questions, but first of all, perhaps some clarity, Sean, because I've received letters from the public and there's been some concern that this is actually an action to increase residential speed limits where there are speed limits set at 40 currently to 50. And I just would like to clarify that that's not the intent of this, that any street that's currently marked at 40 will remain at 40.
Mayor Greenlaw, through to Councillor Hutchison, that is the intent. We have probably a dozen roads that are at a 40K. As I mentioned in the report, those roads have historically been at 40K. We're not sure how they were assessed and at any point in time, but we do know that it wouldn't be accepted or there wouldn't be a great deal of public acceptance to change the speed limit. So we're really kind of forward looking that those would essentially be kind of grandfathered, for a lack of a better term, and that the application would be for all other residential roads, anything that is currently posted as a 50. And if I could just take the opportunity for the public to clarify what a black cat is. It is a device that we mount to a pole that is kind of out of sight, and it uses radar to collect traffic information. So we can collect traffic volume, we can collect the size of the vehicles, we can collect speed, and we can also collect time of day. So that allows us to say, okay, we may have a speeding issue, for example, between peak commuting times at 7 and 9 and 4 and 6, and then that we can use that information and then work with the OPP for targeted enforcement at those peak times. Or conversely, it may be something that we look at, some social marketing around, getting to and from work and being responsible to the community you live in, for example.
Thank you. Supplemental?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. So in the report, you speak to the speed limit of 30 kilometers. I believe that's at Braystone that the developer had put in. Can you clarify for me as well that that is actually not an allowable speed limit due to the Highway Traffic Act? And if there's communities or streets that have a 30 kilometer sign posted, that would not have been provided by the municipality?
That is correct, Councillor Hutchison. It is not permitted. Any change in speed does need to be approved by bylaw, and there's prescribed requirements for specific signage. The bylaw was attached to the staff report, and you can see we don't have any roads at a 30 kilometer speed limit. The 40K, as I mentioned, we have about a dozen roads that are as part of that schedule.
Supplemental?
Sorry, I've got a bucket full of questions.
Well, you just continue until you're done then.
Okay,
please.
thank you. So just in reading the report, and I appreciate the data that's here, I think one of the concerns that I hear, well, we've all heard, certainly when we were running in our campaigns, was around safety, community safety, in particular speeding. The fact that our residential areas don't have sidewalks, that we have some high-density residential areas. I'm going to use Ward 1 as an example. So the Horseshoe Highlands area, particularly Highland Drive, lots of people walking, lots of children on their bikes, lots of people walking their dogs or elderly people out and about on the street, and concern around speeding. And I would say in my community in particular too, it's difficult to have a public or a neighborhood information sort of holding people accountable session, in that we have a lot in our area, a lot of visitors to the area due to the resort, due to short-term rentals in the area, due to Carriage Hills, or the former Carriage Hills, Zavetta Spa. So we do see a lot of not local traffic within our community that adds an additional concern to speeding within the streets, particularly in the Horseshoe area. And then, of course, with a new school and rec center coming in, there's concern from the community around that too. So, I'm looking at the data, but I also am supporting, I would be in support of reducing the speed limit in those neighborhood areas to 40. I think it sends a good message to our constituents that we're looking for ways to help calm the traffic. And there's several comments within the report around proactive educational programs required. I would think that it's a combination of both signage and programs, and I'm not really aware of what programs we have running currently or anything that we've developed, or do we need to develop these programs? And if so, then we have a gap between this request and when those programs are produced.
Please go ahead, Mr. Binns.
I think just a couple of comments, and I think the first thing I'd like to maybe just clarify is that As when we assess speed limits, the factors that you're talking about with respect to the roadside environment, pedestrians, all of those components are considerations that are part of that Transportation Association of Canada guideline. And if I look at Highland Drive, for example, that is a 40K posted 40K speed limit, that's likely why it is a 40-kilometer speed limit. So we haven't done speed limit assessments on all of our areas. We do as they come in. If we haven't completed them, if we have issues, we will look at doing that assessment. So I think kind of the first point around clarifying how that risk is assessed and how speed limits take into account all of those factors. I think the second point is around the programs that exist, and it's certainly something that is outside of our authority from an enforcement perspective. Education, all of those components, community engagement, design and engineering, as we look at the development of our residential roads. And certainly we've got a lot of antiquated roads and developments that wouldn't meet our current development standards, but the new development standards take into account those engineering perspectives. So some of the programs and really enforcement is outside of our jurisdiction. And I mean, we could bring back service level considerations, but they'd be pretty significant. And again, we look at things from the lens of risk management. And we haven't had issues where we've had any collisions, any pedestrian and motor vehicle incidents in residential areas. If we did, we would be looking at those specifically. Not that we ever want to see something happen, but just in terms of the potential risk that we have and the need to develop further programs there. So I just wanted to highlight how the speed limits are established and looking at things from a risk perspective. And as I mentioned previously, if that was a direction council wanted to look at, we would have to come back to be able to provide you with the cost to implement that, because it would be a service level adjustment both for the implementation and kind of ongoing maintenance of those signs.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, then Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the floor. I just wanted to, support Councillor Young's comments earlier that he doesn't recommend a pilot project nor a reduction of speed limit, and my reasoning for that has to do with the fact that I think, and I don't have empirical evidence on this, but 90% of the speeding that is occurring is from the residents who actually live in those neighborhoods themselves, with a few exceptions of the neighborhoods that intersect a commuter road, such as Horseshoe Valley Road or Ridge Road, where those speeding concerns are potentially from visitors that you had mentioned. But I look at Cheney Bay, I look at Craighurst in my wards, and I think most of the people that are doing speeding there are the residents themselves. So I think the approach that Sean has identified of educating and supporting, and I think we do need some more gusto, I guess, to your concerns, Councillor Hutchinson, in doing that. The other thing that we've talked about safety here is okay, what's the pedestrian expecting? So if the pedestrian is expecting a 50-kilometer-per-hour vehicle traveling and they're traveling 60, it's not a great scenario, but is that not safer than a pedestrian expecting someone traveling 40 and the vehicle is actually traveling 57? Because through the data that we've seen is that they get about a 3 kilometer-per-hour reduction. So the change is, okay, the car is coming at 50, we're expecting the car to come at 50, it's coming at 60, versus we're expecting the car to come at 40 and it's coming at 57. So there's a delta there in the speed. So I just wanted to add those comments to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to reinforce what I stated earlier, and again in support of Director Benz's report here, that there's a real widespread perception out there, again, a widespread perception that a reduction in speed saves the lives, I guess, or And I'm just really glad to hear. I lived here in Oro-Medonte, I guess, 21 years now, and I don't recall any pedestrian. There may have been a child that was injured in a residential area as a result of an accident, and I think we're all very, very glad for that. That's one of the reasons that people move to Oro-Medonte, in addition to other reasons, but it's a very safe community to reside in. But the only children that I'm aware of that were unfortunately killed is I believe was up on the hill there, Moonstone, and Ramey Park, R-A-M-E-Y, is named after two sisters that were killed in a motor vehicle accident. That's just for your information, why Ramey Park is named Ramey Park. But other than that, I'm unaware of any children that have been struck or adults been struck in a residential area. Again, I come back to the fact that it doesn't appear to be a safer roadway or roadways in the community in reducing the speed limit to 40. And again, as Councillor Clark has indicated here, I'm not, as he is not, in favor of a pilot project in Braystone. I think the evidence, and I've dealt with evidence all my life, the hard evidence and empirical evidence is contained within this report. It's been tried and proven it doesn't. So there are my comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. Any further comments, Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to make a few comments. I mean, I don't support 40 kilometer per hour carte blanche speed limit. And I do agree that the 85th percentile might be good in general circumstances. And I'm not familiar with life in Braystone or Horseshoe Valley. But I do feel that there are hazards in residential areas, in my residential area, that are not being recognized, and they are, I think, have been heard from other speakers. They include such things as frequently parked contractor vehicles, ditches immediately adjacent to the roadway, mailboxes, joggers, cyclists, children walking to the lake, people pulling their kayaks and canoes to the lake, dog walkers, people with mobility devices, lawnmowers, ATVs, snowmobiles, and all of this with no sidewalk or shoulder. And I know that people with walkers can't leave the road, and there are serious sight lines in the area where I live. I also sense that we're reaching a breaking point. We've had instances of fisticuffs, people passing school buses, and I feel that we need to be proactive rather than waiting for an event. And while 40 kilometers per hour may not reduce behavior, it would substantially increase fines and demerit points. And as life becomes more urgent, what happens to the 85th percentile? It's going to move up. And what do we say then? Well, 20 kilometers an hour over the speed limit's okay, now maybe 30's okay. So I would support a pilot project in high hazard areas, and that's my comment. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Yeah, just in response to Deputy Mayor Lavoie, the difficulty, as indicated in Director Binns' report there, is that it would involve more enforcement by the OPP, and they have enough to deal with, I suppose, but it certainly would result in an increase, more people calling, and once that sign is posted, that's my only comment, I believe, to that in response.
Thank you. Councillor Clark? No? Okay. So, great discussion. I think the challenge is this, is what's before us is what we'll vote on today, unless somebody's wanting the motion amended. There are two buckets of people that when it comes to speeding. Council's job is to educate and inform, and that's all we can do. Now, problem is there's two buckets of drivers out there, those who just don't realize how fast they're going, and then there's those who really don't give a blank. So I think, you know, unfortunately, we are limited to our authority of dealing with the latter. And we need more police. It would require more police enforcement where charges were laid so that demerit points were implemented, so their insurance rates and driver's license would eventually be taken away if they abuse the system to that degree. So does it, just so I'm clear with my colleagues, is somebody wanting the motion amended from what was originally read at this point? Are we going to vote on the motion that is currently in front of us based on Deputy Mayor Lebois?
Can we rehear the motion? And I believe Councillor Shell wanted to speak as well.
Okay, Madam Clerk, could you reread the motion, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that OCS 2023-9, Sean Binns, Director of Operations and Community Services, Neighborhood Area Speed Limit, be received and adopted as amended to update on page 3 the Township's speed limit bylaw as bylaw number 2022-069. That Council elect not to implement a 40-kilometer-an-hour neighborhood speed limit in the township at this time. That Council maintain existing speed limits and continue to follow current practice for the review and establishment of posted speed limits. And that the staff continue to work with stakeholders and community partners to develop and implement proactive tactics to reduce travel speeds in priority areas.
Thank you. Actually, you're gonna give me a second till council finishes discussing. I know you've come late. Open forum is over. I will have to ask council to break from procedure and to allow you to speak at this time because the open forum session was held earlier in the meeting. But understanding that, I want to make sure we hear from the public. But before we hear from the public, is there any further comments from members of council? Councillor Shell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Could I propose that we amend this bylaw to include posting signs in 40 speed limit signs in high risk areas?
I don't think that would be an amendment in accordance with what's before us here. You're asking for an action to be taken that would have to come back and report on how much that would financially cost in order to implement. So I don't think that amendment on this motion would be proper at this time, but I will refer to the clerk and Sean Binns in regards to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Through to Mayor Greenlaw and council, I think that the challenge with that piece would be quantifying high risk, right? It's subjective. I did mention through to Councillor Hutchison how speed limits are established, and the Transportation Association of Canada looks at those risk factors, and there's multiple aspects that are there, and I think that's captured in the resolution. I would offer one other suggestion potentially to council is that you do have another report before you with respect to a governance system that you may want to consider. We did have a traffic safety task force in the past. The terms of reference is included there. Given some of the discussion and great discussion, and certainly I think echoes the concern of the community, that may be something that we look at reestablishing. And working with specific communities around the establishment of those criteria, because it's multifaceted and it requires a multifaceted approach. So just something from a governance perspective that you may want to consider in terms of a structure to help Councillor Hutchison, to your point around the establishment of those programs and working with the OPP in some of those targeted areas.
Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, and thank you, Sean, for pulling that other item up, because I was going to speak to that when that came forward. Because as I had mentioned before, I feel there's a gap currently in lots of talk about community education and consultation and programs, how to help people understand, you know, what the risks are and how to better behave with their driving. But I'm not seeing anything currently that knits that together with the concept around signs and signage. So we can speak to that when that item comes forward. But my other piece would be, if we are going to consider a pilot project, to Deputy Mayor Lavoie's point, I think we need to give serious consideration as to the location of that pilot, and that may require debate. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think, and I don't want to prolong it, but I think what we need to look at is I would come back and report as to where we would prioritize where the pilot project should, because there is, you're right, there will be a lot of discussion about what area gets put at the top of the list of a pilot project versus second or third, and we got to have proper criteria taken into consideration. Mr. Binns.
Just if I could add to that, our black cats are relatively new as well, so we do have limited resources to deploy them. We don't have a lot of data in a database at this point, so to be able to kind of assess that across all of our residential areas, we wouldn't have the data available at this point. Where we're deploying the black cats is where we hear a lot of community concern, and we put them out to quantify what is going on, and the focus has really been around those higher risk areas, and we do hear a lot more as it relates to concession roads. But just a kind of a point of consideration around how that is determined, and if that's something council wanted to do, again, my suggestion would be to look at the establishment of a traffic safety task force or something similar to be able to start to work through that with specific community concerns. And council, certainly with the upcoming engagement committee, that may be another governance structure that you may want to utilize to be able to help hone in on that, and we could report back if there is a desire to do that.
Councillor Hutchison, supplemental.
Sorry, I'm starting to beat Deputy Mayor Lavoie's question count. I would just like to make a point with regard to the community consultation group, in that we are at arm's length from that, and I don't feel we should be or could direct that group as to what to focus on. So I think my opinion is we should not be suggesting to them that traffic safety be something they be looking at. That's up to that group as to what they're going to focus on.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to, Councillor Hutchins. I reread the report when you brought that to my attention, but I think what Mr. Binns's intent, the way it was read, it was that it would be something that came up after, because we've already got the consultation group in progress to hit the road running, and he's saying once it gets up and running, because there'll be a process for everything to get there. So, but that's well taken. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned that there's been no decision yet where it's going to be implemented, this pilot project, and I think you've heard this morning there's differing opinions as to whether we should implement a pilot project, including Councillor Clark and myself, that it's not really needed, given Sean Binns' report here, which is pretty exhaustive and covers a great deal of questions in our minds. So I think that should be probably another decision by council as to whether we implement a pilot project or not, and not assume it's going to be one there.
No, that's fine, thanks. So is there any other questions or discussion around the table at this point in time? And we will follow up to deal with what you mentioned, Councillor Young. So seeing none, so here's, I'm going to ask council, as there are two gentlemen that are here, and new council, we're really efficient with our agenda, so we kind of blow through it a little quicker until we hit these very detailed discussions. So I know closed was on the agenda earlier, so I'm asking council to allow us to break from procedure to allow these gentlemen to speak, because the agenda got changed somewhat and they weren't here during open session. So all in favor of allowing that? That's not the right card, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, unless you want to comment before.
The only comment is it procedurally possible to have another agenda item entered into the agenda during the discussion of a current item?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would not be appropriate as for transparency and accountability. The items listed on the agenda are the items to be discussed. That way the public knows what's on the agenda. So it would be more appropriate to bring it back, the new item back to another agenda.
No, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't state that correctly. The question was the public open forum session is a different item, agenda item than the one we're currently on, but we're inserting it into the middle of this agenda item. Is that appropriate?
I think what the deputy is trying to say, if I can try to unpack this, is it's tough with you. So he's saying, I believe we could vote to allow them after the vote is concluded on this item. He's questioning whether it is proper procedure to allow it to happen before the vote has been made on this item. And I think we are permitted to do that, but I think that's his question. Am I correct?
Mr. Mayor, that would be at the discretion of the chair and council.
Okay.
So you're asking to waive procedure at this point in time? That's fine.
Right. So thanks for keeping us on our toes, Pete. So anyways, I'm going to call that vote again to waive procedure to let the gentleman speak. All in favor? That is carried. So gentlemen, welcome. Please come to the mic. Just part of procedures, state your name and proceed.
Thank you. Mayor Greenlaw, and through you to Director Binns. My name is Ted Hayington. I was one of the deputants last August with my neighbor and partners representing the condo board at Braystone, Jack Nolan. And thank you for changing your agenda for us. We came early. We didn't realize you were moving along so effectively. So thank you for the grace period here. Sesame Street has an old expression, one of these things is not like the other. Braystone is not like any other development. One of the empirical facts that has been left out in the study, and Councillor, you were quite concerned about that, is that 90% of our residents, 90% of your taxpayers and constituents want the speed reduced to 40. No election, no issue, no mandate, nothing you've ever voted on in your political careers has ever had 90% majority wanting anything at the same time. So Braystone would be your most willing project or pilot project if you were to vote on that. Braystone is one of the studies, facts, Mr. Binns, was that it does not include vertical curves. Well, Braystone is like Rome. It has 7 big hills, everything's a curve at Braystone. So it's more dangerous than Horseshoe, than Sugarbush and Horseshoe, Highland and Diamond Valley already have the 40 kilometers an hour. We would like the same. We are more dangerous than them. We're also not a through community like the other ones are as well. So I'd just like to say that provincial guidelines and legislation are clear. They allow municipalities to set lower limits. That's up to you, not the province, if you want to go lower. And we'd like to be part of that 40. It can be your discretion for the rulings, what you consider safe and not safe. Braystone is a very galvanized, tight community. We would help and partner with you for the education, for the communications, for the preparedness. I'm a paramedic. I deal with community safety, disaster management. So I'd be happy to help with our residents, 90% of the people that want it, to educate staff, our residents, our homeowners, our kids, our babysitters, our contractors, our service people that travel through the neighborhood. You know that other Oro-Medonte counties already have 40, and I think it would be wrong not to allow us to have the same and share what other communities have already established for themselves. So those are my remarks, and we'd love you to partner with us. We'll help you in any way we can with the communications, but you'll never have a community with 120 homes and 90% people that want to have this more than any other community. Some of them already have the 40 kilometer an hour established. We have more sidewalks, more ditches, more steep hills than any other community in the township. So if you want empirical evidence, we have it in spades for that. Jack, do you want to add anything? Sure. Thank you for your time. Thank you for giving us the opportunity for a few extra remarks.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor.
And please, Mr.
Mayor.
Nolan, because I know you, because I've spoken to you on the phone, just to give your name, please.
Sure, it's Jack Nolan. I've been a resident in Braystone for about 5 years. For those of you who don't know, Braystone is sort of nestled in between Line 8 and Line 9, just south of Horseshoe Valley Road. And one element of Braystone that most people aren't familiar with is that we're actually a common element condominium. So although all the homes are free land, lot sizes vary from about half an acre to 3/4 of an acre, all freehold, I should say, but there is also a common element condo aspect to Braystone, which basically looks after about 15 kilometers of trails, as well as some common landscaping. So I'm a director on the condo board. And all I can say to mayor and council with respect to this issue is I can't stress enough how passionate people are in our community about this issue. So history is sometimes relevant, sometimes it's not, but it was a year ago that it appeared as though the assumption of Phase 1 streets in Braystone was imminent. So there was a lot of conversation in our social media, door-to-door neighbors, et cetera, about, well, what's going to happen with the speed limit? Because we've been operating with a speed limit that had been imposed by the developer, and everybody knew that that was just kind of a temporary thing, pending assumption of the streets. So 30 kilometers per hour, everybody said, well, that is pretty darn slow, and we probably will find out that it's not legal anyway. But we think, okay, based on what we see, that a safe and enforceable limit is ultra important. And yes, we all know that that's not the complete answer to the speeds that traffic travel at through a community, but we totally believe that we have to start with a very safe and enforceable limit. And the thing to note about our speed limit request is that we are not looking for a lowering of speed. Yes, it's a lowering of speed versus the Highway Traffic Act, but quite frankly, most people really don't know what the Highway Traffic Act stipulates. They go at a speed that they think, okay, they can get away with, or that they think is safe. And right now in Braystone, right, we have contractors still, we have construction traffic, we certainly have some of our own residents who speed, and that's a constant debate and discussion, and people have been called out about it. I can't refute the evidence that Sean presented in his report in terms of how lowering speed has impacted things, but I can tell you that people in Braystone are very aware of the speed issue, and they point to actually what our experience was on Line 9. So Line 9 is a dead-end street that borders the west side of the community, and when the community started, it was set at 70. And everybody said, wow, that's way too fast for a dead-end street that, in fact, becomes a gravel road. We initiated a petition then, and we got it reduced from 70 to 50. And that has had a remarkable impact on the traffic speed coming down Line 9 into our community. So, as I said before, it was last summer. It looked like Township's assumption of the streets, in Phase 1 at least, was imminent. We discussed this within the community. a petition was initiated. And we focused first on phase one, which is the section of the community that is going to be assumed by the township. And we got, like that, over 90% of the residents. Then we opened it up to the rest of the development, which at that point was about 175 homes. We got 322 signatures to that petition. And that represented over 80% of the actual homes. And it is still a passionate issue, and they're waiting to hear what council is going to decide in terms of the speed limits in our community. I'd like to read you I've got a number of quotes here that we had presented at our last deputation, but one in particular I'd like to read to you. Braystone is a somewhat separate, standalone residential community. Why would the township plan to apply a speed limit of 50 kilometers per hour to such a quiet enclave neighborhood like ours when we all want and we need to keep it or lower it to 40 from the Highway Traffic Act? Why would the council want to do that to us? We want 40. We've got a speeding issue. Yes, we understand we're not alone in terms of a community with a speeding issue, but the community as a whole, over 80% of the homeowners, 322 signees to our petition want 40.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Just because technically we're only allowed 2 minutes in open session, and we've broken from procedure, and so if you have a last comment you want to wrap up, I don't want to be ignorant, but we have to move along.
Yeah, no, my only comment, Randy, is that when we spoke, or Mayor, I should say, when we spoke yesterday, and you had advised me that we'd have an opportunity to speak, not totally familiar with the procedural aspects of council, I just kind of assumed that our opportunity to speak would be when this particular issue was tabled. So.
No.
And my last 10-second comment is that I know you're voting on the mandate for the entire township. Our request is, would you either amend that or consider voting on the pilot project for Braystone as well? I know it's a more difficult blanket decision and harder to make with some soft empirical issues on it, but just for Braystone, it's pretty hard and fast what we would like.
I don't think we can separate it and add a specific neighborhood to it at this point in time, because that would have to come back as a separate issue at a later date. We're voting on what was before initially. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest at this point in time that council look at taking a break.
Okay.
And then we can resume. Open forum is a 2-minute, as you noted. Yeah. It is not for debate with council, nor council debating with the open forum. It is to speak on the matter.
Correct. Before them,
and then council conducts their business. Yes. So I'm suggesting that we take a break.
Yeah, that's fine.
And resume just a moment.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
In the interim, I guess before the break, we would maybe look for some guidance so that we can draft a resolution.
Yeah, that's fine. So if we take a 10-minute break in order to give you time to...
we need to know what council's direction might be.
So council, here's, I guess, a suggestion. What is it that you want considered in the motion that Madam Clerk and Councillor Bard?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there were 3 options presented in the report. I would put forward that we put in the motion to implement the pilot program as listed in the report and see whether people vote for that.
Okay, so you're asking us to make a decision on where that we will move forward with a pilot project, and we're allotting it to one without any other neighborhood or community be considered at this time.
Those were the options in the report, and yes, that's what I'm going to put forward.
Okay. Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, I think there's an urgency, generally speaking, in the broader community to deal with this issue. So I'd like to see, I think, if I'm interpreting the comments of Councillor Hutchison appropriately, that there be some proactive type of community information program, awareness, use of the black cats, whatever you want to call it, but I'd like to see some kind of a further report that indicates we're going to take some action. Because the other sense I'm getting, and you're probably getting it from me right now, is that we've talked, and we've talked, and we've talked some more, and we're still talking. And I think there's a lot of people out there who are just wondering how much longer we're going to talk before something happens. And, you know, that's my concern. So I'd like to see what a program is, what the enforcement program looks like, how much it would cost to do the signs. So I'd like staff to report back with something that demonstrates proactive measures and activity. Not to refer it to another committee or to introduce another committee or to direct another committee, but for council to take the responsibility upon themselves. So that would be my amendment to the motion. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming and speaking, because perhaps I didn't articulate myself well enough when I had my opportunity to speak. And I appreciate the report. I appreciate all of the dialogue, and it's been we've had a long, very respectful discussion about this. I love the fact that we're all sharing ideas and thoughts and feelings about this in a very professional way. This is a big item for our communities. And I don't want to lose sight of the fact that people want this. This is what I'm hearing from my community. They've, you know, and they're smart people. They've read the reports, but this is an emotional issue for our communities. You can see demonstrated by the speakers today. It echoes what I hear from my community, and I think we have to keep this in mind as well. Is part of our duty is to demonstrate that we're looking and listening to our constituents on items that they feel very strongly about, and balancing what recommendations come before us with that component in mind as well. And that's my point. Thank you.
Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you. I don't want to prolong this. Question to you, Sean. Is it possible to set up the black cats in an area that you might wish to reduce the speed zone, set it up ahead of time? Let's do a study. And then when we do reduce the speed zone, put them back in there and see what the results are so we have something to measure.
Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Councillor Schell, that is the process that we currently do. So yes, absolutely, that's certainly something that we can and regularly do.
No, thank you. So I think we've discussed this to great lengths, and it's been very good discussion. I think we need to take a 10-minute break so we can adapt the agenda, or not the agenda, the motion, in order to have the clerk come back. So it's now 11 o'clock. We'll come back at 11:10 and re-adjourn at that time. Okay?
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. First and foremost, I want to thank council and the public for weighing in on this very important issue. And the discussion's been very, very fruitful and solid, because there are differing views, which is part of democracy. So because this item is tied into another item in the agenda, I'm suggesting that we defer the voting on this item until we deal with the other item. Is that okay, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, it is council's meeting, so yes, that's fine.
I'm just looking for the correctness more than, so I'm going to ask council, all in favor of deferring this till after we deal with the traffic safety task force, and that is carried. So we will move directly to item 11G, and if we could have a motion, Madam Clerk, for 11G.
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that OCS 2023-11, Sean Binns, Director of Operations and Community Services, Traffic Safety Community Safety Committee be received and adopted. That council elect to advance a Traffic Safety Committee at this time, that the following members sit on the Traffic Safety Committee, following 2 members, and that staff commence the process to initiate the committee and report back to council.
Okay. So I'll actually, there's 2 ways I want to touch on this. I'd like Mr. Binns to give a little background. So this task force was impactful and beneficial last term of council. It didn't continue because there was supposed to be a restructuring where the Regional Police Service Board was established to deal with these matters. Unfortunately, it hasn't started up yet. It's been deferred, and we haven't got full confirmation as when it will be initiated. So I think it's pertinent that we continue to oversee this component of community safety within our township. So Mr. Binns, could you just kind of give a brief background on this, please?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through to council, I think just to maybe link the previous discussion to where we are now, I think through the discussion, it's evident that this is multifaceted. We've discussed the potential of a pilot program. We've discussed service level considerations as it relates to being proactive for enforcement, education, et cetera. So there is a multifaceted approach that I think is required, and that's really, this is not a new issue. This is an issue that we've been challenged with for some time, and that was really the reason for the establishment of that Traffic Safety Committee. The resolution has been changed to enact the committee at this point in time, given some of the complexity of the issues and how important I think traffic safety is to our community. If you read the terms of reference, you can really kind of get a sense of the scope of this committee, that it's not just a township issue. It involves multiple stakeholders. It involves our communities. It involves the OPP. There's various aspects that I think need to be looked at. And I think it does provide council a good governance structure to hear from the community, to move community issues and work with those stakeholders at developing solutions. So there's nothing in the previous resolution as it relates to speed that would preclude anything coming back to establish a pilot program. But I think to sort through some of the subjectivity potentially of where that pilot program is, and as I alluded to in the report, what are the success criteria to establish or to measure the effectiveness of that program and whether it gets rolled out in other communities or not. I think this would provide an effective governance mechanism for council to be able to structure those programs accordingly. And there may be, to the Deputy Mayor's point around proactive components, there may be service level considerations that exist, whether it's enhanced enforcement in those areas, or even resources to assist with further communication, engagement, some of those kinds of things. So that's why the resolution has been changed to be able to reflect that, recognizing that there's more work that needs to be done, and there will always need to be more work that needs to be done, but it will provide a formal structure to loop back to council as a formal committee of council. I did identify in this report there is a financial consideration. It is minor in the big picture, but I just want to highlight that would be a change to the existing budget and a service level consideration. It would take some time to establish that committee with 2 appointed members of council and the mayor being ex officio. We would initiate that process and there'd be a report back to council.
Thank you, Mr. Binns. Any questions or comments on this before I call the vote? Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Mr. Binns. Sean, with the committee as it was, could you tell us, were there any tasks that were accomplished by that previous committee that we can speak to that had any impact on the community?
Mayor Greenlaw, through to Councillor Hutchison. Yeah, I think there's been a number, and we've dealt with a number of those recurring matters, like the line 15 traffic calming was one. From a staff perspective, we've used that community as a voice to hear the community concerns and look at getting community input on our solutions, and we do that in a targeted way now as well. But I think it was good from that perspective. I think the other thing that it was really effective at doing is having the OPP there to be able to some of the discussion around the use of data, to be able to quantify the issues that we have. Again, enforcement is not in our jurisdiction, but if we could present that we have an issue where we've got a posted speed of 50 and the 85th percentile is 80 kilometers, and we have that in situations across the township, then it highlights the importance for enforcement, and the OPP would report back on that they've done some targeted enforcement, and here was the result. So it was really in its stage of infancy. It wasn't initiated for the whole term of the prior council. We were just getting to the point of community engagement, and I can think of one specific matter where, and it's not related to speed, but there was a stop sign on Oakmount Avenue in Horseshoe Valley where it was a non-conforming sign that had been installed, and when we were doing a review, we had caught that there was a sign there, but it didn't meet the warrants for a stop sign. So you can appreciate the community's concern of removing a stop sign, and we met and engaged the community through that task force to, I think, better educate the community on the issues and the issues of having a non-conforming stop sign there. So it was really effective, I think, in those kind of grassroots issues. Again, it's still in a stage of infancy with new members. There would, we'd have to work through that process, but I do think it's an effective governance mechanism, recognizing the multifaceted nature of the issues that we're dealing with. Again, a speed limit's not going to change things alone. Education isn't going to change things alone. It really needs to be a holistic approach that we're looking at.
Thank you, Mr. Binns. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Just one question, Sean. You mentioned here that a regional police services board as opposed to, I guess, an Oro-Medonte. Who is going to be included? Is it other area municipalities or townships in that on that police board?
That is correct, Councillor Young. It is a regional board, so it's prescribed under the police changes to the Police Services Act. Again, it would be more of a global, like a region perspective, and certainly, our concerns from a governance perspective would be through the members there, no different than it would be for the city of Orillia or Romero or other municipalities sitting on that region.
Supplemental?
Yeah, thank you. Do we know how many townships or municipalities will be included in that?
through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Young. The group of 4 municipalities in our services board includes the City of Orillia, the Township of Severn, the Township of Romare, and the Township of Oro-Medonte. There were reports created and presented to council when the act was changed. Staff can find those reports and forward them to staff for information as background.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe, well, you are the member of council that will sit on that board. Okay, so Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, I would just further my comment from the previous item that I feel that council should be dealing with this matter directly and not put a committee forth as a cushion between the circumstances that exist in the community and the obligations that council has to protect the safety of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think, you know, I do appreciate your comment, but I believe it's another tool in which, you know, they won't direct, they will bring suggestions back to council, which we will be the final approval authority. And I think, you know, it's once again, the more we engage the public, I think it's a positive, and that's the big value I think that some of the committees that we have with the public give. So, any further questions? If not, then I'll call the vote.
No, Mr. Mayor.
No, sir.
There are 2 blanks in the
And you want to
motion that need to be.
You want to select those today? No, that's fine. Okay. Who on council would be interested in? We're going to be into voting now. Fun. Who would be interested in on sitting on this board? Councillor Hutchison, and is there anyone else? Councillor Clark. Okay, well, if that's all I see, I don't think we have to vote. Or are you?
Yeah, just for clarification, what board are we speaking about? There was
this is the traffic safety.
And not the police services board?
Correct. The police services board, we've already appointed yourself to sit on that board as a council member. This is a separate, this is the committee that we didn't, which can work with you very closely in order that the messages are also passed on to the police services board. Okay. So I would suggest we insert Councillor Clark and Councillor Hutchison as the 2 council members on that committee, please, Madam Clerk. And you can reread if you'd like, but I think we know what the motion, we remember the motion, and we can insert the names mentally within our minds. And so therefore I'll call a vote. All in favor? Against? That is carried. Okay, so that said, I suggest we go back to the previous motion now that we have a traffic safety committee in place. And you want to read the motion, and then we can...
Moved by Young, seconded by Clark, be it resolved that OCS 2023-9, Sean Binns, Director Operations and Community Services, Reed Neighborhood Area Speed Limit be received and adopted as amended to update on page 3 the township's speed limit bylaw as bylaw number 2022-069. That council elect not to implement a 40-kilometer-per-hour neighborhood speed limit in the township at this time. That council maintain existing speed limits and continue to follow current practice for the review and establishment of posted speed limits. That staff continue to work with stakeholders and community partners to develop and implement proactive tactics to reduce traffic speeds in priority areas.
Okay. Any discussion at this point? If not, I'll call the vote. Seeing none, all in favor? Against? We'll recall that one more time. All in favor? I vote in favor, it, so the motion is carried. Okay, so this takes us now to item H on the agenda. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion for 11H, please?
Just a moment, Mr. Mayor. Moved by Clark, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that OCS 2023-12, Sean Binns, Director, Operations and Community Services, re 2023 Boots and Heart Special Event Permit be received and adopted. That the CAO be authorized to execute an appropriate memorandum of understanding with Burles Creek / Republic Live for the 2023 Boots and Hearts event. That staff be authorized to issue a special events permit for Boots and Hearts upon receipt of A, agency endorsements of the operations plan in accordance with the township's special event bylaw. B, an executed memorandum of understanding.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Binns, you do want to give a brief overview of this or an overview of this item, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Yeah, I think as this is new to council, we do have a pretty rigorous process for large mass gathering events. Our bylaw has gone through numerous iterations over the years, not only to help structure some of the larger events that we have at Burles Creek, but Horseshoe Resort, Mount St. Louis Moonstone. We have a number of large venues across the township, and the objective of the bylaw is to really manage the risks associated with those large scale events. Certainly the one thing about special events is they are all special and they're unique and they have different risk profiles. So there are processes and plans that are required depending on the nature of the event, the rigor of those plans. And certainly with this particular event where there's a small municipality that's brought into our municipality, it does create a number of specific considerations as it relates to security and medical and traffic and sound and some of the things that are inherent in that type of event. So the bylaw does do two things. One, it ensures that the risk to our community is protected, and it ensures that the promoters of special events in the municipality exercise appropriate due diligence. And it's not our objective to insert ourselves in a risk management for a private venue, but it is a responsibility of the municipality to ensure that there are adequate protections and provisions in place to manage those risks. So that's really the intent. There are a number of authorities that have specific jurisdiction, and we require a sign off from those agencies, the OPP, the AGCO, County of Simcoe, EMS. Sometimes the local hospitals are involved in the medical planning. Again, depending on the nature of the event, there's a number of specific requirements. So specifically as it relates to, and I guess before I leave that, I think I'll highlight that we've had a number of major events in the municipality, and I think they've all been, a success overall, given some of the structures that we have put in place. And it's continuously evolving. The plans are continuously evolving. That if there are specific issues, then those plans are adapted or built upon year over year to continuous improvement as it relates to the implementation of those specific events. So Boots and Hearts specifically has been coming to the townships since 2015, and I think all of council is aware there was a number of I think really unique circumstances with that, and the evolution of the property as a concert venue that created a number of implications and challenges in how we structure the process. So the bylaw again was built on managing risks, and those risks were a different profile, I think, with the onset of that venue. What we've tried to do in the report, and I can assure you that the nature of the plans specifically are very in depth. We go through pretty sophisticated planning with senior command at OPP, EMS, and AGCO, all of the major stakeholders to develop those plans. What we've tried to do in the report is highlight kind of the major aspects. There are rigorous traffic plans, as we've alluded to in the report. There's a specific traffic plan that was developed by traffic engineers for the property itself, and it goes through minor modifications based on the nature of the event. There were some learnings last year just with ride shares and Ubers and a number of day tickets that were, I think, different from years prior that created some additional traffic issues. And again, that's one of those pieces that those, learning from last year's experience, the plans have been adapted to be able to address some of those things. There are extensive, as I mentioned, emergency and security plans, and there's a full hospital that is set up on the grounds as well as part of the emergency planning. The promoter engages the emergency service providers on a fee-for-service basis, so that's a requisite of the sign-off that those agencies, whether it be OPP or EMS, determine the level of service that's required. And those contracts are executed prior to the sign-off and the issuance of the permit. And the idea is that there's adequate resources that are dedicated to that event. So if there's calls for service, if there's emergencies in the municipality, that those public resources aren't strained to be able to provide a community response. The Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit is involved in various aspects there as well, and there is a sign-off requirement. And the sound management, there is a sound management program that I think has been refined pretty significantly over the past number of years as it relates to the events at Burroughs Creek and across the township if there's amplified sound. The specific sound levels that we've identified in the report are the result of that review over multiple years through sound consultants that the township engaged. And it was certainly a concern that we heard loud and clear from the community at the onset, the impact of sound. And if I've learned anything about sound over the past 8 years, it's that I still don't fully understand it. Mr. Shelswell is probably a little more versed in it than I am, but how it travels has everything to do with weather, the type of sound, whether it's bass or it's all completely different. But I think from a governance perspective, what I would highlight is that I think the mechanism that's in place for those sound levels have worked for the community and work for Burroughs Creek. The memorandum of understanding that we refer to does have a whole host of kind of technical aspects on how it's measured, the frequency, the reports that would be generated, if there are violations, how those would be addressed. And I think over the years with Burroughs Creek as a business in the municipality, those structures have changed a little bit over time. We used to have securities, fairly significant securities that were in place for things like if there is something that happens and there's additional public resources that need to be deployed, those resources shouldn't, the cost for those resources shouldn't be borne by the municipality for a for-profit endeavor. That was the idea. We've pulled back on those over the years, recognizing that the leverage that we have is the issuance of the permit, and the Burroughs Creek team has done a really good job to manage those aspects where we don't need to have those controls in place. So I would say, you know, we've got a history, and we've got provisions that are there where we're not collecting those securities, but that memorandum of understanding that we execute does provide us the ability to recover those costs should we incur them. So just from an overall risk management perspective, it does identify things like indemnification and insurance as well, that does extend to the municipality and its agency partners as well to provide coverage for the municipal component. So I know that you're looking at the sound, and it probably doesn't make an awful lot of sense to you. I think, again, I would echo that those sound limits have been developed through years of experience and with the expertise of sound consultants, both the township sound consultants as part of the process, as well as the Burroughs Creek, the team at Burroughs Creek and their consultants. And we do have a good relationship, Curtis and the municipal law team, in going through that, and if there are issues, addressing those issues before we have to enact things like provincial offenses. So I think at a real high level, we don't have all of the sign-offs in place at this point in time. It does take some time to get all those in place. We have had multiple planning sessions with all of our agency partners, and staff have no concerns that those sign-offs will come, and we'll be in a position to issue a permit. We don't issue a permit until all of those components of the bylaw are in play. As we've alluded to in the report, that also includes the execution of a memorandum of understanding. And we don't do that for every event in the municipality. Again, it's based on the risk profile. So there will be, things that may come forward in different reports as it relates to specific events where we're recommending different controls. For example, we did have an event last year that didn't have sign-offs, and there was a report to council that identified that given the risks to the community, we would not issue a permit, and the event didn't take place. So I just want to reassure you that the process we have in place, I think, does involve a rigorous review to ensure that the agencies that are responsible for those specific areas do endorse the adequacy of those plans, again, with the community at interest. So I have included the bylaw. If council is interested, we've just recently completed an update to our special event manual that does provide a resource for event promoters, just in terms of what an operations plan looks like. But it is very extensive, particularly in the case across the road with 30,000 people coming into to our municipality over a weekend. So happy to take any specific questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Binns, for your report on this. And are there any questions from members of council? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Binns. Noting the commentary on the sound limits, they're both restricted with respect to amplitude and the time of day. The grace period, however, it's not clear in the language whether it applies to the amplitude of the sound or to the time of day. So whereas it says from 1 p.m. to 11:30 p.m., sound be limited to 105 dBA with a 15-minute grace period, does that mean I can exceed the 105 dBA for a period of not more than 15 minutes, or that I can go to 11:45 in lieu of 11:30?
Through to the deputy mayor, I believe it has something to do with how the sound is actually measured, but I know Mr. Shellswell is in attendance, so I'll maybe defer that to the sound expert.
Thank you very much.
Through Mayor Greenlaw to Deputy Mayor Lavoie. The grace period is for a time. It's not for the DBA. DBA, if they were to exceed any of the 105s, it's very hard for them to take that average and get it back below. So no, the grace period is in case there's an interruption during a performance, they have that 15 minutes to go above and beyond the 11:30 timeline.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shellswell. And what is sound be measured at front of house? Is that front row center, or what is front of house?
Front of house is the soundboard that you see set up in front of the stage. So all of the acoustic setups, it's 125 feet from the main stage, but each stage on the property will have this set up where they run all of your acoustics out of there. So that's where the measurement's taken from.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think it's a final question. Do we have an understanding what the sound pressure level is, let's say 1 kilometer away, or have we undertaken to measure that? Because I think, and the reason behind that question is simply, as was highlighted earlier on, acoustics is something of a craft more than a science, and it's really the impact on the neighborhood that's of consequence, and 105 dBA is really quite loud.
So as Mr. Binns mentioned in his report, the first 3 years we had acoustic engineers for both Burrows Creek and the township out doing measurements. First 2 years we did sound from the property lines. So borders of the property, we had sound set up doing the measurements. Found it very difficult to get an accurate dBA level that we could go by because it's depending on weather, wind, and all your other factors, airport, traffic, everything like that. So that's why we moved to the soundboard. It's easier to control a dBA right from the soundboard, close to the source, limit it there, because each boundary of the property is not going to have the same measurement depending on which way the wind's blowing or even the temperature of the day and the time of day. So we want to control it right as close to the source as we can and limit it there.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, because I did hear a number of concerns from the residents that I encountered during the time I was knocking on doors, and obviously that shared information would be unique to me since I'm the only party with Burrows Creek in its ward. And to that extent, I really don't know what the levels would be like at those homes. And I know at times I can hear it at mine. So nonetheless, the other question I do have, if I may go on, is the pedestrian traffic that tends to travel up and down line 7 in particular, which is a fairly busy roadway with no, not much of a shoulder and certainly no sidewalk. What do we have in place for control of pedestrian traffic or notification to pedestrians of the hazard and that sort of thing? Thank you.
Through to Deputy Mayor Lavoie, there's a number of things that are in play. I think people aren't walking here from where they're coming from. We see pedestrians when there's issues with traffic and backup that, it creates issues and people are trying to figure out how to get in quicker. So as I mentioned and alluded to, some of the issues that we saw last year, particularly with this event, was rideshare and drop-offs. That's where we saw the pedestrian issues because there wasn't adequate ingress and egress for pedestrians. So those are things that, again, as they're experienced, there's a whole pile of signage. There's a multifaceted, multi-staged traffic plan. There's additional queuing now within the grounds to get more vehicles in quicker. So the objective in the plan is to get the traffic in, and you'll note that in the traffic section there is specific new parking or drop-off areas, day parking. So that was really the issue that we saw last year with pedestrians, was associated with those drop-offs, the day use. And the Uber was a big one as well, that if people were waiting for a ride, they couldn't get an Uber or taxi, so then they were walking without, knowing where they were going, trying to flag down any vehicle that they could. So refinement from some of those issues, we're always going to get some of that traffic, or pedestrian traffic rather, with vehicles pulling over, whether it be at the gas station or along the highway corridor, waiting for friends or family or whatever it may be. But I think some of the issues that we've seen with pedestrians, there's controls in place to be able to deal with that, and the OPP recognize that. OPP deal with all the traffic management, and if there's any requirements that are needed for safety, then they'll execute the traffic plan and jump to the next stage.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, there are a number of people who leave the concert venue and walk down line 7 to the lake in order to find some relief from the heat, I think, or whatever reason they go there, and they do find their way along Lakeshore out to Shellswell Park and to some of the Stubb Road accesses to the lake. So, I mean, it might be worthy of making the OPP aware of that, because quite separate and apart from people wanting to get picked up or dropped off either by their own rides or by Uber, there are people who do leave the venue and enter the community. I think those are all my questions for the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mayor. Question to Mr. Shellswell. Are you actually working during the time of the concerts ongoing? Or is it a report is subsequently submitted to you as to the level of, I guess, the decibels that occurred during the concert? And what is the fine if they exceed that? The reason I ask as to whether you're working, I somehow can't see you going up on stage with the Rolling Stones playing and telling them to turn down the music sort of thing. But I assume it's a report that you get subsequent to that. Is that correct?
Mayor Greenlaw to Councillor Young. So they're both. Both there's a report generated, so it is recorded through the front of house, through the stage there. And as well, yes, we are working. We do have a sound measuring tool. We do go to the front of house. We do go quite often to the front of house to do measurements, just to make sure that they're staying within those limits. So yes, both. As for the fine, as Sean mentioned, we have in the past done securities. We have not set that up at this point for this event, but it would fall under our noise bylaw if we had to revert back.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Just to comment on my history here. I live at downtown East Oro, which is about 7-8 miles from Burroughs Creek. And prior to Burroughs Creek, there was a racetrack there. You could hear that racetrack every Thursday or Wednesday, whatever it was, and every Sunday. I've never heard Burroughs Creek from my house. That's my own comment on the noise.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions? Councillor Young?
Yeah, sorry, just to follow up, this is what I meant to ask as well the first time. Are we still receiving complaints? I guess there's those that are forever going to complain, but I assume the number of complaints are really diminished.
Mayor Greenlaw to Councillor Young. I mean, that's a hard question. It depends on the performance, the act, or the genre of music, and the levels that they get to. But over the last couple of years with Boots and Hearts, complaints have diminished. But again, that's we take it year by year.
Thank you, Mr. Binns.
I think that's a really good question, and certainly if we get complaints or a number of complaints that are related to a specific matter, then we'll review the plans and review the legitimacy of those complaints and ensure there are controls built in place. But as Mr. Shelswell alluded to, I think in general, the number of complaints have gone down. I think initially a lot of the concerns were all around the strain of public resources, the impact on traffic, and the sound. And there's, you know, historical empirical evidence now that those things are well managed. That's not to say that things can't go sideways, because there's always the risk of that happening, but there are plans in place that if that happens, all of those agencies have contingency and, as you can appreciate, emergency plans. And I did neglect our fire and emergency services department as well, and the agencies that do review that. So the chief did send me a little electrocution shock that I neglected to mention that, but they're certainly involved in that review as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Binns. Any other comments at this time? No, I just to expand on what said, the amount of detail behind the scenes is kind of like an iceberg. What you see in stages is minute. The infrastructure and the support systems that they've put into this event and other events across the road are very significant. And as Sean commented on, another event was looking for a home a year ago, and it was turned down because it didn't meet the threshold that Republic Live has set over there in conjunction with our township and emergency services. So it is a very well executed machine, and I appreciate Mr. Binns making sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed on this matter. So, Madam Clerk, just so clarity for the public, until all the criteria have been met, the permit's not being issued. So is this motion to give permission for staff to issue the permit once everything is collected, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I'll call the vote on this. All in favor? And that is carried. So now we'll move on to 11I. Madam Clerk, may we have the motion?
Moved by Young, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that CS 2023-14, Yvonne Aubuchon, Clerk, 2026 Municipal and School Board Trustee Election Voting Method be received and adopted. That Council hereby endorse Option 1, the use of Internet telephone voting for the 2026 Municipal and School Board Trustee Election, and that a bylaw authorizing the alternative voting method for the 2026 Municipal and School Board Trustee Election be brought forward for Council's consideration.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Very well report, very detailed. I will give you the option, because you've put a lot of work into this. Do you want to speak to this or just have Council entertain questions?
Mr. Mayor, I believe my report speaks for itself, but if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay. Members of Council, any questions or comments from Ms. Aubuchon? Hang on here. He's Deputy Mayor Lavoie is trying to find his
voice. I'm trying to find my voice. Yes, thank you very much for your report, Madam Clerk. Very well received and much appreciated.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff and to the floor, I guess. Really appreciate this coming forward. I think it gives us a lot of opportunity to promote and get people excited for the election in 3.5 years, or whatever it will be. My personal comments are, I actually think I prefer option 2. being the sense that I do want there to be internet and telephone voting available to residents. I think it makes it more effective and efficient. The reason why I request that there also be paper ballots available is because democracy is an institution that we should be able to have ultimate flexibility in how we do that. So I think the ability to actually go to a poll, impress upon the importance of that civic duty to make your voice heard is really important. And it's how I, for example, impress the importance on my children so that the next generation appreciates the value that we have of being a democracy. But Ms. Clerk, I really appreciate the incredible detail that was provided. I read every word, and I'm excited for the opportunity for internet and telephone voting to make a return.
Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I again just want to echo how extensive and detailed and this report is, and I was very pleased to see that internet voting is now been revived for the next election, given the number of complaints we had last election that it did not exist. But I was somewhat torn between option number 1 and 2, as well as Councillor Clark has indicated. As recent as last week, I was at a resident's place regarding a severance, and I asked them I'd like to be able to communicate with you email and just to sort of update you as things were going along, and they indicated that they didn't have a computer. I mean, yes, they have the option of the phone, of course, but I personally would like to see and I read all the report and I read the different costs involved and that sort of thing, but I would like to see the paper ballot used in addition to the internet and telephone voting. I note that a number of communities still use that option, both internet and telephone and paper ballot. I guess if I recall correctly, it's almost half and half. But I see that more and more communities are going solely for internet voting for a number of reasons, one of those being the cost. But that's where I stand on this. And again, I like the idea that everybody's included, particularly those with disabilities. It's inclusive. Elections should be inclusive of everyone. And you've clearly indicated that and noted that, Yvonne, in your report. And I was glad to see that as well. You've missed nothing, including addressing paper ballot voting, or at least where somebody has to initially pick up the ballot and then vote on it, or have somebody else pick up the vote by mail, and then again, how do they deliver it if they have mobility issues to the mailbox, that sort of thing. But again, you've covered it all, and I appreciate that. Just looking at it from a human rights perspective, and as I've noted in my previous report to council, in terms of accommodating those with disabilities or mental disorders as well. So it's an excellent report, and thank you for that. But again, I come back to option number 2, that being internet and telephone voting as well as paper ballot.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Could you respond to the last 2, please?
Yes. Thank you so much. So for paper ballot, and just for clarity, the internet and telephone voting can be done in person. They can walk into a voting location for those who like to make their voting place at an administration center or wherever. We will have staff to help them and assist with the process, and go from there. So it doesn't have to be necessarily a printed paper ballot, but they would see the ballot and it would be the same as marking that X on a paper. So that option is there. They don't have to do it from their home. They don't have to do it from telephone. The option is there for those who need assistance or who like to just come and vote in a semi-traditional manner on election day. So that's one option. And the second option is to provide the paper ballot by request. that would be a little more costly, and I would have to get the estimates broken down with respect to that. But just know that previous experience has led to, and I'm not going to, people who are not computer savvy, shall we say, have come into a voting location and said, oh, this is pretty easy. Once they understand those instructions, and felt the need, and they went, oh, I could vote on my own next time. So that's sort of the feedback in my experience, in my career, that we've received. And I don't know if the director would like to speak to that, as she worked the previous election, which was internet telephone voting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council. The previous election was done during utilizing the modified methodologies that we've just been discussing, and we did have a number of residents come into the voting locations and utilize our systems here in-house. We had staff that were available to guide them through the process, and provided that guidance was made available and instruction, it went quite well.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So just a question. So are you saying we could do internet voting and have, like, would it be like a tablet that would be at the different locations, and that would avoid the tabulators, which are becoming a thing of the past, in the paper ballot? So we would still have voting stations within the township?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that was always the intent. Okay. With internet telephone voting, there would still be a center or centers open. Yeah. There may not be the need, because it's almost a 2-week voting period. Mm-hmm. There may not be the need to have multiple voting, such as we would with paper ballot, having advanced polls, but there will be administration centers open, voting centers open.
I appreciate
or
that.
A voting center.
Yeah. So does that bring answer? I asked my colleagues that said they wanted paper as well. Would that suffice in order to avoid that incremental cost? Councillor Clark.
Yeah, certainly quells my concern. So I appreciate that clarity. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Young.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay. So any other councillors have any comments at this time? If not, then please go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question there. What accommodation has been made for those that are blind? I heard you say that they can see. Has any accommodation been made? I assume that somebody they're with, or as you had indicated, that the voting stations themselves or elsewhere, that they will be assisted in voting. Is that correct?
That's correct. And there are Braille systems available. However, many blind people do not read Braille. So, but they are able to bring an assistant with them, as many do. And they are also able to utilize a staff member who is sworn to secrecy and confidentiality. So it would essentially be the same as using a proxy in the older method.
Okay, so. Thank you. Supplemental, Councillor
Yeah,
Young.
just a follow-up question. I'm just curious about something. Do we know how many actual those that have vision disabilities or blind voted in the last election? Do we know that?
We have none that we know of in Oro-Medonte. However, we do advertise for anyone with those limitations to contact us. As well, that's where telephone voting would come in very handy, because then they have the option, and many people with impaired vision would opt to utilize that option as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm just glad that the accommodation is there. And like you said earlier, like I said earlier, that you've thought of everything in your report here, so it's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Last call. Seeing none, I will call the vote. Now, the option is the recommendation that you put forward, correct? Just
that's correct.
Been written in.
Option 1, okay. Internet and telephone voting.
Perfect. Thank you. All in favor? That is passed. And now we're on to item 12. 12A, Madam Clerk. I understand that Hugh is providing a presentation for 12B.
Yes, 12A and 12B are reports of municipal, for information only from municipal officers.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, if any members of council do have a question with regards to 12A, I would entertain that, recognizing that 12A is dealing with the financial aspects of our legal expenditures. We understand that there's a desire for greater transparency with the expenses, so we began this new process with the last report. But please bear in mind that the intent is not to discuss the actual files themselves, as those are discussions meant to be held in closed. But if there's any questions, I would be more than happy to deal with that. Otherwise,
yeah, okay, no, definitely. My apologies. I jumped to Chief Murray first, so it will deal with 12A. Is there any questions regarding that? And I do appreciate this. This is what I think is very important, that the community understands the legal cost of running a township, and you know, hopefully we need to weigh how often we do go to the OLT and legal counsel's advice. So we are working very hard as a council to drive these costs down, but we are in a very litigious time where the public's well informed and challenging at times, that there is no other alternative. So any questions from members of council regarding to the report? Councillor Clark and then Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Donna, really appreciate you, or Ms. Hewitt, really appreciate you bringing this forward. I think the open transparency in terms of the dollar figure that is being spent by the township is greatly appreciated by us on council, but also members of the public. My one question being, I know this is a report for January 1st to March 31st. Would you have any indication if we have reached our allotted allocation for our 23 budget as of today, or are we close to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Clark, I don't have those numbers. There is a delay in terms of the receipt of invoices, et cetera, which is why this report is coming today versus earlier to the end of March. Having said that, there are a number of the budget allocations that you see in the report. They are annual allocations, and they, in some cases, were getting somewhat close by the end of March. So I can't comment, but I would suspect that we may be close on a couple of them.
Thank you.
And Ms. Hewitt, just one more. There are things that are on here that have come, that were billed now in this calendar year versus the prior term.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, that is correct. There was an item for the Integrity Commissioner specifically that was actually incurred in 2022, but due to the timing of receipt and payment, we were unable to actually process in 2022, so it appears in 2023. So you are correct on that matter. The other item is that there are some cases where expenses will be recovered as part of the process. So for example, dealing with real estate matters, some of those legal expenses are recovered as part of the process. So there will be some recoveries come from this as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Donna, I don't know whether you're prepared to answer this at this time. I have no questions about your report itself, but in terms of transparency and accountability to the public, to the taxpayer, I believe there's a misconception out there that us individual councillors have individual expense accounts, and I can personally say that I was under the impression way back when that that was the case, but I understand now that there's, I guess, a certain amount of money is allotted for training or courses to be taken. But is there any thought of releasing more expenses that are undertaken by council members or otherwise for the purposes of the public accountability and transparency.
Yeah, no, actually, I'm going to jump in here because I appreciate your question, but it's outside the realm of what's before us. This is to deal with the legal expenses. I believe what you're referring to is FOIable more so than dealing with this matter. So, Tamara, please, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Young. There is a reporting requirement with respect to what you're speaking to on an annual basis under the Municipal Act, Councillor Young, that is reported on an annual. And it is FOIable, as Mayor Greenlaw said.
Okay.
Thank you, Tamara.
Thank you. So, okay. Are you? We took your "Can I speak" card away from you, Deputy Mayor, but I see you found it. Sorry. Please go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Trying to hide my yellow card. Just a couple of comments. Thank you again. Thank you very much. The transparency is very important. I think it opens up a lot of opportunity for discussion. What if it were possible, as an improvement to this process, could you include the 2022 actual by the same category, or at least as a roll-up at the very least, so we understood where what the history has been. And the second item was, I think we did approve a $200,000 additional budget line in the 2023/2024 budget on an annual basis, so $400,000 in total, that doesn't show up on this list. So although it's probably not attributed to a particular department, and that might be the reason why, but nonetheless, just to not give the impression that we've hit the stop blocks already and all legal proceedings must cease. Thank you very much. I think it's Nellie now.
Nellie?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add to that it actually is a reserve that we have in reserves, which is why it is not shown on the report, and it was budgeted for $250,000 additional reserves.
No, thank you very much for that clarity. Okay. Any further questions or comments on this matter? There's no direct motion, and we're receiving all this as just information. So I believe that it moves.
Mr. Mayor, there's two items for officers for information, from officers for information.
Yeah. So we'll move.
So we'll move to the next one, and then there is a motion receiving both.
Okay, so we'll move to Chief Murray's report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview and update of where we are with the fundraised, community fundraised public
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, may I interject?
Yeah.
I apologize, Chief, but we can hardly hear you. So if you can put the volume up on your computer.
Can you hear me now?
Or
not really.
Closer to the mic would be the other option, I guess.
How about now?
A little bit more?
How about now?
Yeah. Curtis, can you get a decibel reader on
Not
Chief
much,
Murray?
not much change.
I'm right on top of it. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
No.
No, it's worse.
Mr. Mayor, may I suggest we take a pause for a moment and perhaps IT can assist the chief?
5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 12:25. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, count us in whenever you're able.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome back. Chief Murray, when you're ready to proceed, please proceed.
Okay, we'll try it again. Can you hear me?
That's much better.
Great. Sorry about that. Okay, I just want to give you a little update on the public access AEDs that have been funded by the community. Donna, if you could flip to the second slide, please. Nope.
Just a moment, we're just having a little technical issue.
Tag, you're it.
We're just getting it set up now, Chief. My apologies.
Great. Okay, so you're seeing a picture of a couple of examples of the types of outdoor public access AEDs, a wall-mounted and a single freestanding unit that have been installed. These aren't the actual ones in the township, but these are the types that have been installed in a couple locations. Next slide, please. So many of you are aware the first outdoor public access AED that was fundraised for the community was installed up here in Horseshoe Valley at the Line 4 Park in 2022. Prior to Councillor Hutchinson becoming a member of council, she was involved in the group for fundraising and organizing the unit up in Line 4 here. And from that, great interest from the community was garnered, and so many more of these have been installed throughout the township. Next slide, please. So community groups started fundraising for the purchase and installation of these AED units in their local parks. And given that there was such an interest in the wanting to have these in the parks in their communities, a policy had to be developed, and that policy was developed and endorsed by council. Because these units will be owned by the township once they've been technically donated, and after they're installed, we become responsible for the maintenance and care of these. So next slide, please. What I'm speaking to really there are a number of AEDs that have been installed in the community on private locations as well, but these are ones that are on public property, on township property. So there have been some in Craighurst, Horseshoe Resort, Warminster School, those types of things, but those are on properties not managed by the township. So as of early May 10th, Bayview Memorial Park was installed on the building down there. Sweetwater Park, May 10th. Danny McHugh Park up in Warminster, the unit was installed there. Shellswell Park was completed. We had some, I think Councillor Hutchinson spoke to that we had some hiccups with some work that had to be done in the park there, but that was completed last week. And as we're speaking right now, the one on Shandy Bay on the former fire hall is being installed right now. So those are the units currently installed and completed for the township. Next slide, please. So what I have done here, just for your information and for the public so that they'll see this, is these, the next few slides are directly from the township policy that was developed on how we would move forward with public funded AEDs. So any group wishing to donate one needs to submit a letter to myself outlining their request with the information outlined below, and that's the group or individual involved, the proposed location for a public access AED, how they plan on funding the unit and the installation, and understand that not all requests may meet the township criteria, and understanding that if approved, the AED will become the property of the township after it's been funded and installed. Next slide, please. So some of the criteria, so for locations must be a high use, high risk locations. Example of that is community parks, rail trail, things like that. Must have ease of access to hydro, good visibility, meet our standards so that we're consistent with our equipment, and acceptance of the AED and placement approved by myself. But that is obviously within consultation of Sean, if it's going into his parks or wherever, those types of things, we'll work together on that. But that's how that would work from there. Next slide, please. So again, financial considerations, this is all coming again from the policy. So the cost of the unit and the installation. So there are a number of different models out there that can be bought and installed, but we want to be consistent on what we're doing. Obviously, from a materials replacement and equipment upgrades and those types of things to be consistency. So same type of pads at each one, those types of things. How the unit's going to be funded. So what are they doing to raise the funds? Is it direct donation? Are they going to have some kind of community event to raise their money? Those types of things, just so we understand how it's going to be funded. The life cycle costs of the unit and the budget impact for us. So there is a budget impact, obviously, from a maintenance perspective. It's not huge, but we do have to account for those dollars for replacement of pads and upkeep and those types of things, and batteries and so on. Next slide, please. So again, from the policy, we'll conduct inspections of the AEDs, maintain and oversee the maintenance of these AEDs. Again, these are the outdoor public access ones. All of our facilities, or most of our facilities in the township, have AEDs, community halls, township office and fire headquarters. There are AEDs inside those facilities. We're just strictly talking about the ones outdoors. Maintain the appropriate records, inventories, those types of things, and oversee with community group any public relations, events, donor recognition pertaining to the acquisition and installation of these AEDs into our parks. Next slide, please. So all of our AEDs are registered with what is called the Georgian Central Ambulance Communication Center. So if you're thinking 911, it's kind of two different things, but these are registered with the ambulance dispatch. So when you call 911, they ask you police, fire, ambulance. When it goes, if someone's having a heart attack and say, I need an ambulance, goes to ambulance. Ambulance would say, where are you? And say, oh, I'm at Sweetwater Park. Okay, there is a AED located at the pavilion in Sweetwater Park, so they could run and grab it from there. So the ambulance has that information to share with anybody that may need assistance. So if there's an AED close by, they will give them that information. Community members, and this will be done with some public education and such, but there are opportunities for folks that live close to the AEDs that may have some experience who want to get involved. But if the AED is activated and is being moved, they can be alerted by text or email, and they could go to the park and see if they can render any assistance. It's not required, but they could do that. So there is a process for the community to be involved. The same process happens for fire staff, but also includes if there's a power outage, the heaters aren't working. These things are heated so that they're maintained through the winter, that they maintain a certain temperature in the box, so they have a slight little heater inside. So if there's anything that happens with these, we will receive a message to go check it out or see what's happening. Also in some of these units, when somebody opens it and takes it out, it snaps a picture of the individual. So it's used for if someone just decided to take and have a free AED, we could have a picture of the individual who's grabbed the unit. Next slide. So community groups, again, this is repetitive, but you know, they'll submit what they would like to fundraise and have one installed in an area, and they'll work with us to work towards this, and then work with the township to coordinating public relations, events, donor recognition, and pertaining to the acquisition and installation of these units. Next slide, please. So what's going on now? So we're planning for ribbon cutting and community awareness. That has started. The communication staff, Jenny and that, have been looped in, and we talked with Councillor Hutchison. So communication staff are going to be connecting with the community groups and folks from Save Station and fire staff, and start planning these events to get some awareness out there. Next slide, please. So again, next slide steps is the planned ribbon cutting, a social media campaign. We talked about that a little bit yesterday, community awareness programs, and different things that we can do to educate the public on where these units are within our community. We also talked about putting on our website the township map with the locations of these units to give more awareness of where these units would be within our community. And I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief Murray. Is there any questions regarding the presentation? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I may have missed it, Chief, but what is the life expectancy of one of these? One that is not used, and one that is, I assume it's depends somewhat on the number of times one is used?
Generally, these ones are looked at to be about a 4-year life cycle. The ones we carry on our fire apparatus are much more rugged, and they last longer than that, but we do annual testing on ours, load testing and things like that. So these ones that are being out there are about a 4-year life cycle.
Thank you. Supplemental?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I assume that after 4 years, they have to be replaced at cost?
Yeah, they would be looked at to be replaced, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I just wanted to thank Fire Chief Murray on your report. Think it was very informative. We've had a lot of enthusiasm from the community and excitement to get these placed, and I'm just delighted to see that Shanty Bay is getting installed today. So I believe that's the last of the AED projects that are on the docket right now for our parks. So congratulations to you and all of the people involved in getting these placements installed. And I think I've spoken about this before, but the community involvement and passion behind this has just been so impressive. And I'm just delighted to see this project as how it's rolled out and how successful it has been. And as you said, the next steps will be some celebration events and then more importantly, ongoing public awareness. So I'm excited to see that roll out. And I think this is just a really huge win for Oro-Medonte. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Chief, for all the work you've done on this project, and you and your department will continue to do as we expand out more and more AED units. So, Madam Clerk, can we have a motion to accept the 2 reports from staff, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the reports as listed under item number 12, reports of municipal officers for information only, be received.
All in favor? That is carried. Now on to item 13. Are there any updates from members of council as township representatives with partners and agencies? Councillor Schell.
For the Aurelia and Area District Practitioners Retention Committee, they're planning on changing the name. I think I'm going to hear about that tomorrow at a meeting. They're thinking about changing it to Lake Country Practitioners Recruitment and Retention. It's less of a mouthful.
Yeah.
And associated with the area.
Okay, no. Thank you very much. No, and you brought that the prior council in your comments, because where they were going, you had some issues with.
Yes, the issue was that it was not put on the docket, and it was thrown at me personally from the previous group, and the question that I had to them was, could they legally change the name to Lake Simcoe or Aurelia Lake Country, because it's already a registered name, and the answer was they could do that. There's not a problem.
Okay, well, thank you. Any other reports? Seeing none, then we'll move on to announcements. Are there any announcements from members of council? Councillor Bard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Chamber of Commerce is having their farmers market on Thursdays, which is tomorrow, at Chapel Farms, 12 to 6.
Perfect. Hopefully we get good weather. That's always important. I know the poor one year I felt bad because it seemed to rain on Thursdays. But Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to members of the public. Reminder that Cheney Bay Festival is occurring this Saturday, I believe from 11:30 to 4. There's a ton of activities for kids, some awesome, great local vendors. It's a fantastic event. Last year it occurred on the hottest day of the year. Hopefully it will not occur on the hottest day of the year again this year. But it's a great way to support the community and get to know your neighbors. So please head down to Cheney Bay at the Village Green, which is adjacent to the St. Thomas Church on the lower level of Cheney Bay.
Thank you very much. No, and definitely I'll be there, so I expect lots of people to be there to support me. No, I'm just kidding you. From this council, I mean. Okay, so a couple things I want. The 27th annual Oro-Medonte golf tournament was last week at Settlers Ghost, and it was hosted by the Oro-Medonte firefighters and the Moonstone Parks and Rec Committee. They had an amazing turnout. They had an amazing day of golf. And I want to acknowledge Debbie Wood, who stepped down at the end of last year as the organizer for over 14 years, who did an amazing job and has raised a lot of money that has gone towards the community and the fire department. And I also want to congratulate and welcome Angela Cudmore and Diane, I'll get this wrong, Maddenville, who have stepped forward to carry the torch forward. And I think the big point is this is a great tournament, encompasses the entire township. And I want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Woods for all their support over the years, but also encourage all members of the public, not just to partake in the tournament, but step forward and help them as organizers moving forward, because it's a lot of work to put on a golf tournament, a lot of responsibility, and it takes a lot of time. So if we all chip in, I think it just reinforces our community collectiveness as a township and helps sustainability of events like this. And actually, just because I just got this now, I want to read an announcement that just came out. Some great news this morning. The federal and provincial announcement regarding high-speed internet access to underserved communities across Ontario. $54 million in combined federal provincial funding to Rogers Communication to connect more than 20,000 homes in 83 underserved communities by the end of 2025. The Township of Oro-Medonte communities were included with this announcement. This is great news following the Rogers presentation to Council on June 28th, explaining their future plans for high-speed internet expansion, specifically fiber in the township. There is a map available on the Ontario Connects website that has been updated and shows the area of the township road network that are planned to be included in this project and supported through the federal and provincial government funds. This information will be posted on the township's website later today. Staff will continue to work with Rogers' team to support their ongoing work. This is amazing, and I want to thank Jen Whitley and everybody who has worked very hard, and it's a huge step in the right direction. And as I say, 2025 will be here before we know it, and it's glad to see that the money has been released. So now, does anyone want to try and top that? So no, that's and that's not me. That's the great work of staff and many municipalities pushing government to give us the support where we need it. Okay, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. Is there anything anyone wants polled for discussion, or is everyone fine? That's the information that's been presented in them. May we have a consent agenda motion then, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the staff recommendations with respect to the items listed under consent agenda correspondence be adopted as printed.
All in favor? That's carried. Communications petitions. May we have a motion for 16A, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the correspondence dated June 22nd, 2023, from Colin Nelthorpe, President, Fiat Simcoe Pride, request for proclamation of Fiat Simcoe Pride from July 24th to August 6, 2023, and a request for a flag raising be received. That July 24th, August 6th, 2023 be proclaimed Fiat, and I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that properly, but my apologies, Fiat Simcoe Pride, that the flag be flown through the proclamation period, that the proclamation be posted on the township's website, and the CAO's office coordinate the flag raising in accordance with the township's flag etiquette policy, and that the applicant be advised of council's decision under the mayor's signature.
Open the floor for any discussion or comments. I think it's pretty straightforward. Then I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Item 17, there are no notice of motions. Item 18, may we have a motion for the draft bylaws under item 18, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that bylaw numbers 2023-059, 060, 064, 065, and 067 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, be engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
Any questions or discussions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, so item 19, closed sessions, is time for 2 o'clock because of commitments to our legal counsel. So we will adjourn till then because we can't move forward any of the other items until closed session has finished. So it's we will take a break and we will return at 2 o'clock sharp.
Mr. Mayor, since it's past an hour that we will be recessing in accordance with the procedural bylaw, we may want to just pass a recess motion.
Yeah,
So may I have a mover and a seconder to recess until 2 p.m. Everybody?
Councillor Clark and Councillor Hutchison.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
That's why we have you here, and we much appreciate your help and patience.
You're welcome, and thank you for the compliment.
Perseverance, you're really...
I'm the fun police. Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome back. We are going to now go into closed session. So, Madam Clerk, may I have a motion to go in close, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 2:01 p.m. to discuss litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor-client privilege cannabis, Zone 1 water, short-term accommodation enforcement.
Okay. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, we'll see everyone in closed